Chapter 1023. Teacher Tong did not take another look at the man who saved Yi Qian. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. She grabbed Yi Qian's right hand and pulled his uniform upwards. Something's obviously wrong with Yao Jing, yet you're still going along with her. We have to save her, but we have to take care of our own lives too. All the teachers are here, we're all watching. Do you need to listen to what Yao Jing's mother said? Don't our teachers know that what she said is unreasonable? Look at your arm. It's bruised. His arm was pressed against the edge of the rooftop, so it was more or less injured. However, in Yi Qian's eyes, it was just a small matter. Yi Qian retracted his hand and seriously accepted the criticism of the principal and teachers. He said, "At that time, I just wanted to know what she wanted to do so that I could persuade her to come down. I didn't think too much about it. I didn't expect her to suddenly push me. At that time, I was panicking. When she pushed me, I don't even know how I fell. Fortunately, I grabbed the steel bar." She spoke softly, and her serious expression made Teacher Tong's eyes sting again. Yao Jing wanted to jump off the building, but her parents forced Yi Qian to pay for it with his life. Yi Qian clearly went up to save Yao Jing, but not only did they not feel grateful, they even thought that since their daughter fell, Yi Qian should also fall. How could this be? How could they be so cruel? "Principal, as a teacher, I want to seek justice for my student. I want to ask Yao Jing's parents. I want to ask them properly. What right do they have to say such shameless things?" Xia Jinyuan shielded Yi Qian behind him. His deep black eyes were cold as he said, "I hope the school can seek justice for Yi Qian. This matter will not end just because another student jumped down. As the principal, I won't let this matter go just like that." Principal Chao's face was ashen. He said, "I'll go down and check on Yao Jing's situation first. I took a look just now. It seems that she fell on the rescue mat." The voice of the policeman downstairs came through the walkie-talkie. The policeman on duty on the rooftop replied into the walkie-talkie, "The students above have been rescued. What about the students below? How's the situation?" "There's no problem. He's conscious. He's just scared." After the policeman downstairs said that, all the teachers on the rooftop heaved a sigh of relief. When Mother Yao heard that her daughter was fine, her originally crazy eyes lit up. Her voice was loud and urgent as she said, "My daughter is fine, isn't she? Are you all right? She's conscious. The doctor is checking if she's injured." When the student's mother asked, the police officer answered truthfully, "Parents, you can go down and take a look. The patient is now on a stretcher." Mother Yao rushed out and went straight to the first floor. Deputy Director Yao, who hadn't stood up for a long time because of his broken tailbone, endured the pain and got up. He shyly ran down the stairs with his big belly. The form teacher of Class 6 had already sprained her ankle. When she heard that Yao Jing was fine, she couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed onto the concrete floor and pressed one hand on her chest. She closed her eyes and gasped for breath. "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Finally, everything is fine." To the form teacher, it was good that his student was fine. To Principal Chao, this matter was fine. However, there was something else. "Excuse me, does she need to be sent to the hospital?" Principal Chao asked politely. His expression was gloomy. The policeman immediately asked. After a while, an answer came from the walkie-talkie. "We need to send her to the hospital for a detailed examination. But from the outside, everything seems normal." Chapter 1024. She had to be sent to the hospital for a checkup, but from the outside, everything seemed normal. Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold expression, heard this and his deep black eyes became sharp. He said to Yi Qian, "When I came up, the life cushion was half full. If she had fallen a minute earlier, the life cushion wouldn't have been able to save her. She wanted to push me down, but in the end, she fell down herself. Even if she didn't fall to her death, I'm sure she was scared to death. Yi Qian moved his right hand. This hand had been through a lot this year. His old injury had just healed, and now there were new injuries. Xia Jinyuan reached out and grabbed her wrist. Teacher Tong, who had finally recovered from her shock, was about to ask Yi Qian a few questions when she looked up and saw the man who had saved Yi Qian earlier. He had a cold aura about him that made people unable to look at him directly. He was holding her favorite student's hand. From her perspective, she could clearly see the strange gentleness on the man's face. What was his relationship with Yi Qian? When she saved Yi Qian, she heard him call out, Yi Qian. She could tell that they knew each other. Knew each other. What kind of knowing each other? The way he looked at Yi Qian was unusual. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that they were a couple. As this thought flashed through her mind, Teacher Tong's breathing became heavy. Yi Qian was only in high school. This man was obviously not a student. The inexperienced Yi Qian was in a relationship with a man who had graduated from high school? Don't tell me I've been cheated. Teacher Tong, who was on high alert, walked up to Yi Qian. She didn't ask more about Yao Jing's situation. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be deceived. Yi Qian, go back to the classroom for your exam first. Although her words were directed at Yi Qian, her eyes were fixed on the strange man who could make the girls' hearts race just by looking at his face. Teacher Tong smiled and said, "Thank you for just now. Yi Qian needs to go back to the classroom for his exam. Do you want to let go first?" In the teacher's eyes, a handsome man who pulled her student was not a good person. On the other hand, Major Xia was too handsome. Even though his expression was cold and his aura was extremely low, in Teacher Tong's eyes, he was just a bad guy who was coaxing his favorite student. "Hello, Teacher Tong." Xia Jinyuan could tell that Yi Qian's homeroom teacher was wary of him. He smiled and said, "I know Yi Qian. We were comrades in the same army." She couldn't possibly say that she knew Yi Qian and that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? It was more appropriate to say that she was his comrade. Yi Qian did not panic at all when he took the initiative to introduce himself. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not lose his composure in front of her teacher. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Teacher Tong, I've known him for a few years. We knew each other in the army. Ever since Regiment Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen came to the school, Teacher Tong knew that Yi Qian grew up in the army." When she heard this, the wariness in her heart disappeared. No wonder he could rescue you so quickly. You even scared the people in the army. So he was a soldier. No wonder he could rescue Yi Qian with his bare hands. They must have a good relationship in the army. Looking at their actions, they must have a good relationship. They must have a good relationship with comrades. Boyfriend and girlfriend. It shouldn't be possible. Although Teacher Tong still had some doubts in her heart, at least she didn't think of Major Xia as a bad guy who was coaxing students. Your homeroom teacher thought I was a bad guy who was coaxing students. Xia Jinyuan's cold expression softened a lot because of the teacher's sharp eyes. This teacher had good eyesight and could see the crux of the matter at a glance. Chapter 1025. Yi Qian did not respond. He smiled at the major, whose tone had softened, and then looked at Principal Chow, who had turned around to speak to him. A student had jumped off a building, and the police needed to understand the situation at the scene. After learning that Yao Jing looked fine from the outside, Principal Chow told her everything he knew. He then said to Yi Jian, "Yao Jing is fine. You can go back to the classroom and prepare for the exam. The midterm exam is very important and will be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. You can focus on the exam. The school will take care of some things before informing the students." The midterm exam was in progress. He did not want the police to leave Yi Qian and Yang Heng behind in order to understand the situation. He then said to Yang Heng, "The school will inform your parents to come over. Do you have any thoughts?" He meant that if Yang Heng did not want his parents to come over, the school would not do so for the time being. Since Xia Jinyuan appeared, Yang Heng, who had been secretly observing him, stopped looking at him. He suppressed his anger and said, "I don't have any thoughts. The school can inform my parents to come over at any time." This time, Yao Jing went too far. He could not take it anymore. He glanced at Yi Qian and saw her standing coldly beside an unfamiliar man. Yang Heng walked over and looked straight at Yi Qian. "Did Yao Jing push you once or twice?" Yang Heng did not evade the question and asked directly. Principal Chow and the police officer's expressions changed. "Pushed him once? Or twice?" Yao Jing wanted to push Yi Qian off the building? She wanted to push Yi Qian off the building? Yang Heng, you have to take responsibility for your words. Do you understand? Principal Chow did not ask further. He reminded Yang Heng to be careful with his words and not to speak without thinking. Sometimes, a single sentence could cause a person's reputation to be ruined, and it could also cause a person to suffer a fate worse than death. His words revealed too much information, so much so that Principal Chow couldn't accept it for a while. He couldn't figure out. What was Yao Jing's motive for pushing Yi Qian off the building? If what Yang Heng said was true, then Yao Jing wanted to kill Yi Qian. Then, he would turn his thoughts into actions. This was murder. This was murder. Yang Heng's gaze did not waver, and even his expression did not change at all. He asked Yi Qian again seriously, at that time, "Did Yao Jing push you? Or twice?" "I want to confirm it." "2 times. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "The first time," she said, "Yi Qian, go to hell. She didn't push me down, but she pushed me again in a panic. You saw what happened below. She lost her balance and suddenly fell, and in the end, I was still taken down by her. My luck isn't bad. Things didn't go as she wished. Too bold, too terrifying. This kind of student was too terrifying. It's too scary." Principal Chow roared. He had always been amiable and approachable in front of the students, but he was so angry that his face turned red. After scolding a few times, he was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. He said in a tense voice, "You two go back to the classroom and take the exam. The exam is more important now." Principal Chow looked at Yang Heng, who had a cold expression, and then looked at Yi Qian, who was able to remain calm after such a terrifying fall. His anger towards Yao Jing deepened. There was no such girl in the province. There was no such murderer. She did not even need to be persuaded to drop out. She was directly expelled and handed over to the police. Chapter 1026. The police officer was a little surprised. His gaze swept back and forth between the two students. He nodded and said, "We will investigate thoroughly. For now, you two can go back to the classroom. Officer, Yao Jing is not afraid of heights. Also, she has been learning to dance since she was a child. Her sense of balance is quite good. She can stand on the rooftop for half an hour to an hour without any problems." When Yang Heng went downstairs, he provided the police with another useful clue because his tolerance for Yao Jing was already negative. Xia Jinyuan smiled and whispered to Yi Qian beside him, "This boy's voice sounds a little familiar. Captain Xia, I think it sounds a little familiar to you. When he spoke, you had already sized him up twice." Yi Qian did not give him face and said with a smile, "He and Yao Jing have known each other for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, Yao Jing is too stubborn. As long as he talks to a girl or gets close to her, Yao Jing will secretly deal with that girl. I was not familiar with Yang Heng at all before. For some reason, I was targeted by Yao Jing. She even wanted to kill me. What an unexpected disaster. She didn't have any relationship with Yangheng, nor did she have any excessive interactions with him in school. Yet, she was targeted by Yao Jing. Wasn't it an unexpected disaster for her to be targeted by her perverted obsession? The most pitiful person was Yangheng. Having such a terrifying childhood sweetheart, he was under too much pressure. Students nowadays are really worrying. Young people want to kill someone over a trivial matter. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the school will be ruined. While the police were questioning Yangheng, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian to stay by his side and whispered, "Little fox, you have a good chance of winning this time. The provincial first high school is a century-old school. It is the poster of the southern province's education industry. Principal Chao is an upright person and will not suppress this matter. That girl who wants to kill you will harm herself in the end. For people with evil intentions, life is like a prison to her. Yao Jing has evil intentions. She will reap the consequences of her own actions." Yi Qian looked at the time. It was already 15 minutes past the second exam in the morning. "I'll go back for the exam first. Take a walk around the school. I'll come and find you in the afternoon." Major Xia was not in a good mood when he rushed over and encountered such a situation. He knew who Yao Jing was, and he also knew Yao Jing's parents. They were Deputy Director Yao's family, who had insulted Little Fox and thought the matter was over with just an apology. Today's matter was not as easy to resolve as the previous time. He didn't encounter it the last time, but this time, he encountered it. He listened to her and didn't interfere with the school matters, but he wasn't sure about the matters outside. "Go take the exam first. I'm afraid you and that boy will have to go out of school in the afternoon. Don't worry about it." After he finished speaking, he pinched Yi Jian's cheek affectionately with his slender fingers and bent over. The smile on his handsome face was as gentle as water as he said, "Take your exams well. I'll be leaving first." There was nothing for him to do here. After speaking to Yi Qian, he turned to the boy who had been secretly observing him. "Yangheng. Thank you for your hard work." He knew Yi Qian in the army and acted intimately with Yi Qian. Was it really just because they knew each other? Was it because they were comrades? Yi Qian did not join the army. How could it be because they were comrades? Yangheng thought to himself. His expression did not change as he said seriously, "It's my duty." On his birthday, Wang Jin said he saw a man coming out of Yi Qian's room. Was it him? It might be possible. Chapter 1027. Yi Qian didn't like physical contact with others, but this wasn't the first time this man had interacted with her. Yi Qian didn't resist at all. Obviously, the two of them had interacted with each other regularly, and Yi Qian was already used to it. Sitting back in the exam room, Yangheng thought for a few minutes before picking up his pen and starting to do the questions. He didn't expect to get a high score in math this time. The last few questions were blank, so he could only score in the next few subjects. Yi Qian had already picked up his pen and started on English. She had missed the first few listening questions, so she couldn't hide her abilities like she did in the monthly exams. At 12:10 p.m., the English exam was over. And Jiasun rushed to Yi Qian like a gust of wind. "Why did I hear that? Yao Jing jumped off a building?" Although the students were allowed to stay in the classroom after the math exam, there were always students in the class who needed to go to the bathroom. Coupled with Yao Jing's mother's cries, the students more or less heard the commotion. Faced with Jiasun's inquiry, Yi Qian put away his stationery and asked her, "How was the exam? Did you do all the math exams?" Before the school made a statement, Yi Qian wouldn't casually talk about Yao Jing's incident. "This math exam was okay. At least I didn't have the bad feeling of losing a layer of skin after the exam." And Jiasun didn't ask further. She brought up the two exams and answered proudly, "Passing is no problem." To her, as long as she passed the exams, that was enough. At noon, the news of Yao Jing jumping off a building spread to all the classes. As for who exactly jumped off the building, it wasn't clear. But after the exams in the afternoon, all the second-year classes knew that the girl who jumped off the building was Yao Jing from second-year class 6. As a witness, Wang Dandan immediately went to the hospital after the exams. She didn't dare to stay in school. She was scared. This matter had blown up quite a lot. It was so huge that it was beyond what she could bear. All the second-year classes knew about it, and soon, so did the third-year class. The last to know was the first-year class. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, the reputation of the century-old school was indeed affected by the suicide of a student. Yang Heng's family was not the only one who knew Deputy Director Yao's family. There were other parents who worked in government offices. No, it's just a quarrel between children. My Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. Jump off a building? Impossible. There was no such thing. You must have heard wrongly. My Jingjing has always been cheerful. How could she do such a bigoted thing? Yes. She went to the rooftop to cry. How could there be rumors of her jumping off a building? No, we are fine. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye. Less than an hour after the exam ended, Deputy Director Yao's phone began to ring. Mother Yao immediately switched it off. She didn't want to receive such a call at all. No, it's just a quarrel between children. My Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. What kind of people were they? You don't ask about good things, but ask about things like this. Come, open your mouth. Mother Yao cut the peeled apple into small pieces and stuck a toothpick into the pieces for Yao Jing, who was lying on the hospital bed. Eat the apple and have a good rest. Deputy Director Yao's phone rang again, and Mother Yao lost her temper. Old Yao, Jingjing wants to rest. Can you switch off your phone? Don't disturb her rest, okay? Do you think I don't want her to rest? His daughter had escaped death, and he was still overjoyed. His friends who knew him were calling him one after another. How could he switch off his phone at this time? Yao Jing nibbled on the apple. The gloominess on her face had yet to dissipate. She said, "You all know that I jumped off a building. Did you say anything else? For example, who pushed her off the building?" Chapter 1028. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face was extremely dignified. After looking at his daughter for a while, he couldn't bear to say harsh words. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Jing, you killed 1,000 enemies, but lost 800 of your own men. Yi Qian didn't fall. I can say that she pushed me down. Even if I lose 800 of my own men, I will accept it. With a gloomy expression on her face, she bit the apple as if it was Yi Qian's bone. And I made Yang Heng apologize. Let's see how he will face me in school in the future. Someone suddenly pushed the door open. It wasn't a gentle push, but a forceful push with both hands. Mother Yang's eyes were cold. She rushed over with a face full of anger. She didn't give Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife any time to react. She, who had always been gentle, raised her hand, and a slap fell on Mother Yao's face. This slap contained all of Mother Yang's strength. Mother Yao, who was still holding the apple in her hand and still wanted to smile, fell back into her chair. There was a red and white handprint on Mother Yao's face. My son has 4 wounds on his body. Li Shuhe, I don't only want to hit you now, I also want to sue you for intentional injury. Mother Yang wasn't angry, but she was exceptionally calm. Your own daughter wanted to jump off a building, and you want my son to pay with his life. I want to see how you will make my son pay with his life for your daughters. The slap didn't only stun Mother Yao, it also stunned Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. Then, He immediately stood in front of him and said to Bureau Chief Yang, "Old Yang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Then he said to Mother Yang, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood, really misunderstood." Father Yao and Mother Yao were stunned. Needless to say, Yao Jing was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes wide open. She looked at Mother Yang in disbelief. Auntie Song, who was very gentle to her family, actually hit her mother. How could it be? How could Auntie Song hit people? Footsteps could be heard from the open door of the ward. Each of the footsteps carried a cold aura as they approached. Yao Jing looked up at the door in a daze. When she saw who was walking at the front, her face revealed a look of panic. "Uncle Yao, I was hit by Auntie Li, is this a misunderstanding?" Auntie Li rushed up to me, scolded me indiscriminately, and hit me. "Is this a misunderstanding?" Yao Jing tried to force me to apologize by jumping off a building. "Is that a misunderstanding?" Yang Heng walked over. He was not alone. There were a few police officers and 2 teachers from the school with him. The last to walk over was Yi Qian and Principal Chao. Seeing so many people suddenly come, Deputy Director Yao's face suddenly turned ugly. He said to Yang Heng with a sullen face, "Heng, Jing Jing was pushed down from the 6th floor. She is still on the drip. Why did you bring so many people here?" His gaze swept across Yi Qian's face. It was obvious that the person who pushed Yao Jing down was Yi Qian. "Old Yao, I only found out today that you really know how to distort the truth." Director Yang suddenly laughed. Although he was laughing, his eyes were exceptionally cold. "Xiao Yi, Yang Heng, all the teachers know that they went up to save your daughter. You, on the other hand, not only did you not thank them, you even wronged them. Old Yao, we have to settle the score today. We can't just let it go like we did in the past." Mother Yao, who was in a daze, finally woke up. She threw the bowl of apples in her hand to the ground and directly threw herself at Mother Yang. "Song Huiying, you dare to hit me? I will fight with you, I will fight with you." Chapter 1029. Mother Yao, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been slapped in public before. Mother Yang's slap was equivalent to slapping her face, so how could she endure it? Ashamed and angry, she rushed over and reached out to scratch Mother Yang's face. Yao Jing wanted to pretend to be weak, but seeing her mother suffer, she didn't care about the 4 drip in her hand. She jumped out of bed and cried, "Don't, Mom. Don't. Don't." How could she fight with Auntie Song? Children quarreled with other children and reconciled, but once adults fought with each other, it would become a grudge. She had finally forced Yang Heng to apologize and make him promise not to ignore her in the future. She had done so many things to break the deadlock, so how could she accept the 2 families falling out and becoming a grudge? "Yang Heng, quickly catch Auntie Song. My mother is still angry because of me. Can you quickly pull Auntie Song away? If there's anything, wait until I'm discharged and we can discuss it." She couldn't quarrel, she absolutely couldn't quarrel. Even if she wanted to quarrel, she couldn't quarrel in front of so many people. Also, the police's arrival was a bit strange. There was also a problem with the school. If they really wanted to visit her, why didn't she see her class teacher and classmates? Why did they ask Yi Qian to come? How many teachers did they come together? No, the situation wasn't right. Their expressions weren't right. All of a sudden, Yao Jing panicked. Her brain spun quickly, and her grip on Mother Yao's arm tightened around her mother's waist as she wailed, "Mom, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. Don't be angry, okay? I'm in pain, I'm in pain." Something was wrong, something was wrong. They definitely didn't want to visit her. They all came empty-handed, so how could they come to visit her? The whole ward was in chaos. After slapping Yang Heng's face, Mother Yang stood in the same place. Even if Mother Yao rushed over, she was still calm. She coldly looked at Mother Yao, who still had the face to make a scene. She pulled Yang Heng's wrist and pulled up his sleeve, revealing a rather ferocious whip wound. "This is the injury on my son's arm. It's the lightest injury among all the other injuries. Li Shuhe, I only gave you one slap. Wasn't it too light?" Mother Yang said calmly. Her usually gentle face became stern because of her son's injury. This wound caused Yao Jing to panic even more. Her heartbeat became uncontrollably erratic. What was going on? Was the wound on Yang Heng's arm caused by his mother? When did this happen? How come she didn't know? "Yang Heng, take off your jacket." Mother Yang had never shown such strength in her son's injury. After she finished speaking, she unzipped Yang Heng's school uniform and pulled up his shirt. Yi Jian, who was standing behind Yang Heng, finally saw the severity of the injuries on his back. There were 2 bruises on his left and right shoulders. What was even more shocking was the injury in the middle of his back. It was both bruised and purple, and there were even traces of blood on the surface of his skin. When she was suspended in the air, she did hear that Mother Yao was beating someone up. She also heard Mother Yao's insults, but she didn't expect Yang Heng to be injured in the presence of so many teachers. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless. Even he was shocked by the wound on Yang Heng's back. How could it be so serious? This kind of fighting style completely beat Yang Heng to death. When Yao Jing saw the injury on Yang Heng's back, she couldn't accept it and covered her mouth to avoid screaming. Chapter 1030. Mother Yao, who was worried about her daughter, also saw the scene. Her face stiffened and her eyes flickered. Why was it so hard? Did she hit him so hard? She didn't seem to have hit him that hard. She only remembered hitting him a few times. How did he end up like this? Wasn't this boy a little too delicate? Li Shuhe, if it weren't for the fact that our families have known each other for so many years, I wouldn't have just slapped you. Mother Yang, who had the temperament of a scholar, didn't lose her composure even after hitting Mother Yao. She was so angry that she saw Mother Yao's eyes flicker. Mother Yang turned around and said to the police officer, "Officer, I would like to apply for an injury evaluation. This matter will go through legal procedures." What were officials most afraid of? Officials were most afraid of getting involved in a lawsuit. Mother Yao, who was still unwilling to give up, immediately said, "Huiying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't think of anything at that time. I was anxious and angry, so I lost my mind and did something inappropriate. I apologize to Heng Heng. This matter is my fault. I shouldn't have done that." She immediately looked at Yang Heng and said guiltily, "Heng Heng, you also saw it at that time. Jing was standing on the rooftop and could fall at any time. Auntie was so worried that I only wanted to pull Jing up faster. Later, when Jing was pushed down, Auntie was stunned. At that time, I really didn't think of anything. I only thought of Jing. Can you forgive Auntie this time? Auntie didn't hit you on purpose. I don't know if I hit you at that time. Even your Uncle Yao was hit by Auntie. Good child, forgive Auntie this time. Auntie really didn't hit you on purpose." Yang Heng didn't take the injuries on his body to heart. Mother Yao's apology was dispensable to him and wasn't important. On the contrary, her words Jing was pushed down by someone made Yang Heng's eyes turn cold. "Auntie, let's not talk about you hitting me for now. I want to ask, why did you say that Jing was pushed down? Who pushed her down? Who else could it be? Who else could it be other than Yi Qian?" Mother Yao couldn't wait to change the topic. She didn't want the old neighbor to say that she hit her son. She pointed at Yi Qian and shouted, "Yi Qian, you're so cruel. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Are you worthy of the troops that nurtured you? Are you worthy of your mother? Too ruthless. In order to climb up the social ladder, he even killed people. How can a person like you stay in school? Principal Chow, I strongly request that the province expel her. Principal Chao's face was ashen. After hearing Mother Yao's words, he sneered, "You're right. He's so vicious at such a young age. We can't keep such a student in our school. We can't let a piece of rat poop spoil the whole pot of soup." That's right. The province know. One high school is a century-old school. Today's matter has never happened before. For the sake of the century-old school's reputation, let's settle this matter today. Director Yang said with a serious face and said to Deputy Director Yao, "Old Yao, we have to rush back to school now. We have to figure out who is the one who is pushing the other down." Director Yang's words carried enough weight to make the Yao family's expressions change. "Uncle Yang, I'm now." Yao Jing's face was slightly pale. She suppressed the panic in her heart and tried to appear delicate. "I might need to stay in the hospital for observation." Director Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. We've just consulted the doctor. You can be discharged. There's no need for observation." Chapter 1031. Bureau Chief Yang's smile made Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face turn gloomy and cold. Because today's matter was settled today, the old Yang family already hated his own family. Otherwise, old Yang wouldn't be pressuring him like this. "Old Yang, why don't we sit down and settle this properly? My daughter fell down the stairs." Deputy Director Yao said, still refusing to go to school with the excuse that Yao Jing needed to rest. However, the Yao family had no choice but to go to school. Yi Qian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up, "Deputy Director Yao, your wife said that I pushed Yao Jing. This matter can't be settled just by sitting down. In order to save Yao Jing, I almost fell off the cliff. Not only did I not receive your family's gratitude, but I was also wronged by you. I won't let this matter pass so easily." 5 minutes after they entered, Yi Qian's first words made Yao Jing's face turn pale. She glared at Yi Qian fiercely. "A weasel paying a visit to a chicken is up to no good. Is there anything you won't do for Yangheng? Little fox, you wouldn't even kill for me. Why would anyone think that you would do something bad for a boy you've known for less than 2 months?" Xia Jinyuan walked over with a smile. Behind her was Xia Yiwei and an elegant man who was about 35 years old. When Xia Yiwei saw Yi Jian, her red lips curled up as she walked over. She smiled and said, "I told you that my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. I saw you getting off the car with Director Yang, but sixth brother didn't believe me." Deputy Director Yao knew the secretary of the southern province's governor, Director Yang knew her, and even Mother Yao knew her. She walked over to Yi Qian and hugged Yi Qian intimately. She smiled and said, "Why did you come to the hospital so late at night? I told old Six to pick you up in the evening and have dinner together, but he said you had exams and didn't have time to come." "I did have exams, but something came up and I had to come to the hospital." Yi Qian's gaze slid past Xia Jinyuan's face. "Why did he come to the hospital? Did he come for me? Or was it just to accompany Xia Yiwei?" Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, smiled and said, "We're here to see an old friend. This is my sister's old classmate. I didn't expect to see you here. What's the matter? Haven't you settled the matter during the day?" As soon as they appeared in the ward, the atmosphere in the room became a little strange, especially when Deputy Director Yao and his mother glanced at Xia Yiwei and then at Xia Jinyuan. At the same time, their eyes showed their vigilance. The couple was very surprised. They were surprised that Yi Qian knew the provincial governor's secretary. Chief Yang smiled and spoke politely to Xia Yiwei. At the same time, they talked about the day's events. "We were all very surprised. Originally, we were trying to save someone. Who would have thought that we would be accused of murder? This isn't a small matter. Saving someone has turned into killing someone. We have to investigate this thoroughly. Yi Qian, I'll go with you. How can you not have an adult by your side?" Xia Yiwei didn't look at Deputy Director Yao and his wife's expressions. She held Yi Qian's hand and smiled. Don't be afraid. Those who save people won't kill, and those who kill won't live in peace. The Yao family didn't have a choice whether to go to school or not. They had to go even if they didn't want to. When Yao Jing left the hospital, Yi Qian saw that she was biting her lower lip so hard that it was about to bleed. What made Mother Yao unable to accept was that her family of 3 had to sit in the police car. Chapter 1032. The police car led the way and the siren sounded so loud that it could be heard by the whole city. Yao Jing became unusually calm after getting into the car. Her fingertips were trembling slightly. She didn't dare to speak to her parents, nor did she dare to raise her head. This was because, sitting opposite her was a police officer with a serious face without a trace of a smile. Where did that Yi Qian come from? How did he even know the provincial secretary, Xia Yiwei? I'm so angry, so angry. That arrogant look just now made me want to slap her twice. In the ward, Mother Yao didn't say a word. Although she was an office director, she was far inferior to Xia Yiwei. Every time she saw Xia Yiwei, she didn't have the right to speak up. Even her husband, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, didn't speak up. With Xia Yiwei around, Mother Yao didn't dare to speak up. Now that they were in the police car, Mother Yao dared to speak up in front of a police officer. Don't say so much. It's obvious that Secretary Xia is here to support Yi Qian. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In front of the police, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was more cautious than his wife. He was really afraid that if he said something, the police officer sitting opposite them would take note of it and pass it on to Xia Yiwei. He didn't know Yi Qian's background, but he was sure of one thing: she had a good relationship with Secretary Xia. Mother Yao's heart was pent up. After being slapped by Mother Yang, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and spit it out. It wasn't easy for her to teach Yi Qian a lesson and vent the resentment in her heart. Who knew that Secretary Xia would come over and make her continue to hold her anger and not say anything more? Now that they were in the car, she still couldn't speak. Mother Yao frowned and said angrily, "I have a stomach full of resentment. If you don't let me speak, I'll get sick from holding it in." As she spoke, she grabbed her daughter's hand and suddenly exclaimed, "Jing Jing, what's wrong with you? Why is your hand so cold?" It was ice cold, as if she was holding a block of ice. Even her palm didn't have a trace of warmth. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao also quickly held his daughter's hand. His brows furrowed. "Is it cold? Do you want to wear more clothes?" It wasn't her body that was cold, but her heart. Raising her eyes, Yao Jing's lips trembled as she asked her father softly, "Dad, I want to know. Is the Secretary Xia you're talking about very powerful? More powerful than you?" She asked very softly, afraid that the police officer sitting opposite her would hear her. "Secretary Xia, the people around the governor can't be said to be more powerful than our parents. They can only be said to be closer to the center of power. Father only met the governor a few times at the end of the year, but she appeared by the governor's side every day. The officials she met were all extraordinary." Deputy Director Yao would not hide some things from his daughter. Knowing the rules of the officialdom in advance was also beneficial to her growth. She would know who she could not offend and who she needed to be careful with. Yao Jing felt that she couldn't even breathe properly. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably and her eyes were filled with panic. "Dad, is Secretary Xia here to support Yi Qian? What should I do then? What should we do? What should we do?" Could she still say that it was Yi Qian who pushed her down? "Let's talk after we get out of the car." Deputy Director Yao sighed and secretly exchanged glances with his wife. It would take a lot of effort to resolve this matter. He hoped that Secretary Xia would not be too calculative on account of Jing Jing's status as a child. Chapter 1033. That's right, that's what Deputy Bureau Chief Yao thought. He thought that Yao Jing was still a child, and that adults should be tolerant of her mistakes. That's what he thought, but he didn't understand that Yao Jing had repeatedly challenged other people's bottom line. He also didn't know that in other people's eyes, Yao Jing wasn't even a child. A 17-year-old child, is there? A 17-year-old teenager. Yao Jing was scared. She was really scared now. Especially when she heard her parents say that Xia Yiwei wasn't someone her family could afford to offend, her heart sank. She didn't want to go to school at all. She wanted to jump out of the car and run away. Facing the sharp gaze of the police, Yao Jing didn't have the courage to run away all the way to school. At night, the lights of the provincial first high school were still bright. Exams were held during the day, and self-study classes were still held at night. The campus lights cast shadows on the branches of the trees, flickering between light and dark. Even the silhouettes of the people were blurry. Yi Qian walked side by side with Xia Yiwei, and Xia Jinyuan walked on the right. The three of them walked side by side, leaving Bureau Chief Yang and the rest half a step behind. They walked on the right side of Xia Yiwei. Bureau Chief Yang was quite familiar with Xia Yiwei. He could still smile and talk while walking, unlike Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who couldn't find a chance to speak. However, he wasn't in the mood to talk to Xia Yiwei. After he got out of the car, he kept reminding Yao Jing, no matter what they say later, you just have to remember to apologize. If they ask you why you went to the rooftop, just say that you quarreled with Yangheng and felt upset and wanted to get some fresh air. You must not say that you wanted to jump off the building. Also, don't say that Yi Qian pushed you down. Yao Jing's mother was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She's really our daughter's nemesis. Yangheng is really too much. He's always protecting Yi Qian, but he doesn't know how much he's protecting Jing Jing. Yangheng must have been possessed by a demon. Maybe we're wrong. Yi Qian and Yangheng are not in the relationship we imagined. A handsome man's face flashed across Deputy Director Yao's mind. He looked back thoughtfully and saw a tall and straight figure standing beside Yi Qian from the beginning to the end, guarding her like an unshakable mountain. When he appeared, no one was in his eyes. He only saw Yi Qian. Even when old Yang said something, he only responded indifferently. His expression was even more arrogant than Secretary Xia's. Mother Yao scoffed in disdain. She's just a village girl. Meeting a guy like Yangheng is like a fly to a piece of meat. How could she bear to let him go? Don't be so rash. You're just a village girl. Do you see any trace of the countryside in Yi Qian? Also, look at her resume. Which part of her is worse than Jing Jing's? Everything is better than Jing Jing. You didn't study in high school for a year, but you took the exam again. Your total score was among the top in the province, and you entered the provincial first high school. You even skipped a grade to enter the second year. She was still in town in middle school, but she was able to represent the country in Australia and win a gold medal. What about Jing Jing? What does Jing Jing have? Is she better than Yi Qian in school? Can she represent the country in international competitions? Can she speak fluent English? At this moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao seemed to have been enlightened. He was suddenly clear-headed. Looking at Xia Yiwei and then looking at Major Xia standing beside Yi Qian, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao recognized the truth before his wife did. The truth was that his daughter was not as good as Yi Qian. Chapter 1034. Mother Yao did not say anything. She was speechless. In comparison, she thought that her daughter was better than Yi Qian in every aspect, but she could not compare to Yi Qian in any aspect. After a while, Mother Yao gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Then I'm better than her too. She's just a country bumpkin who didn't follow the school rules and tried to seduce Yangheng to change her identity. So what if her grades are good? Who would want to look up to someone with such a bad character? Take a good look at Secretary Xia, then look at the man who is close to Xia Yiwei. Aren't you women the best at understanding these things? Why, can't you see the relationship between Yi Qian and them? Deputy Bureau Chief Yao could not describe his feelings. They treated Yang Heng as the best son-in-law and were afraid that he would be snatched away. But look what happened. Yi Qian probably had no idea at all. Mother Yao had just turned around, but before she could take a closer look, she was frightened by Xia Jinyuan's cold and sharp gaze. She immediately turned back. "Dad, Mom, please stop talking. My head is swelling." Yao Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. At this moment, she was only afraid. Even with her parents by her side, she was still afraid. Whenever she saw the police walking in front of her, as well as the backs of Principal Chow and the other teachers, she was so afraid that every cell in her body would scream and tremble. She was afraid of the police, afraid of Xia Yiwei, afraid of Principal Chow, afraid of the teachers. Now, she was afraid of everyone. No one knew better than herself what she was afraid of. She was so afraid that they would find out that she was the one who pushed Yi Qian down the stairs first. She was the one who purposely let Yi Qian come up and then tried to push Yi Qian down the stairs. No, she could not be so afraid. She had to stay calm, she had to stay calm. She could not let others see that she was guilty and afraid. She could not lose to Yi Qian. She could not lose to someone she had always looked down on. Yao Jing tried to straighten her back so that she would not appear inferior in front of Yi Qian. However, she did not know that in Yi Qian's eyes, she was no longer a threat. "I found a girl who has dance skills like her. She already stood on the stage half an hour ago. Later, you will stand on the stage according to your previous position and repeat the scene with that student." Xia Jinyuan, who had scared Mother Yao away with a glare, smirked coldly and said to Yi Qian, "This kind of trouble is trouble. Let's deal with it once and for all. Don't let these trivial matters ruin your high school life. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment you deserve. If you want to use the laughable excuse of, 'I'm still a child and I don't know anything,' to escape the punishment, you are too naive." This time, Yi Qian had no objections. She wasn't magnanimous enough to let go of someone who wanted her life. Sixth brother has always done things appropriately. Previously, you were afraid that his appearance would affect his image, so you forbade him from doing anything. But now, his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Xia Yiwei distanced herself from Bureau Chief Yang and his family. She smiled and teased them, "He really wanted to do something for you to show off. But you didn't give him a chance and made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't have a moment of peace at my place. Sometimes, he would get up and walk around. Sometimes, he would pick up the phone and put it down. Sometimes, he would watch TV and then turn it off. He made so much noise that my head hurt the whole afternoon." Chapter 1035. In the car, Xia Yiwei had made it clear that she was supporting Yi Qian. Now, she was teasing Xia Jinyuan. It was obvious that she had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian smiled and glanced at Xia Jinyuan. His voice was gentle as he replied, "I always thought that I could solve the school's problems by myself. That's why I didn't want to trouble him. Your problems are my problems. I've never thought that it was troublesome. Besides, if there's a faster, more stable way to solve it, why do we have to take the long way around?" Xia Jinyuan was afraid that Yi Qian would reject him at a time like this. His expression was serious as he said, "We shouldn't waste time on Yao Jing. Let's end this quickly so that she won't stir up trouble later. She tried to jump off a building during an exam for personal reasons, forced another student to apologize to her, and even tried to push you off the building. The province's century-old school will not allow a student like her to continue studying here. Little fox, we have to know how to take advantage of the situation and not give her any room to retaliate." Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle when he said all this in one breath without any pause. How afraid was he that he would reject him? He said it all in one breath. Wasn't he afraid of stifling himself? "I know. That's why I went to the hospital. Principal Chow told me about your arrangement and agreed with it. If I really objected to it and didn't allow you to help me, I would have rejected him when he asked. Xia Jinyuan coughed awkwardly when his thoughts were exposed. Your principal. I clearly told him not to tell you first, in case you didn't agree, but he actually sold me out. For the sake of the school's reputation and to prevent this kind of bad atmosphere from spreading, Principal Chow would definitely not tolerate it. Principal Chow, who was the first to enter the school building, turned around to look at Yao Jing, then at Yi Qian. His hands on the staircase railings tightened. He glanced at Yao Jing coldly before he went upstairs. The wind was strong upstairs and it felt a little cold to the neck. Usually, the rooftop was dark, but tonight, it was brightly lit, illuminating the entire rooftop as if it was daytime. When Yao Jing came up, she saw that the teachers who had appeared on the rooftop during the day were all there. When she saw a girl with a similar figure as her standing at the edge of the rooftop where she had stood during the day, her heart skipped a beat. The panic that she had tried so hard to suppress intensified. What was the school trying to do? Yao Jing, come and see if this girl is standing where you were during the day. The serious-looking police officer opened his mouth and pointed to the rooftop. His sharp eyes looked at the student who was trying to hide behind his parents and said in a deep voice, "You have to look carefully." Deputy Director Yao and his wife didn't understand the situation in front of them at all. Although they didn't understand, their intuition told them that the following situation was definitely not good for their daughter. The child was frightened. How could he remember clearly? It's almost done. It's almost done. Mother Yao said impatiently as she hugged Yao Jing tightly. This place had left her with bad memories, and she still had lingering fears when she stood on the rooftop. Xia Yiwei opened her mouth and said lightly, "Child?" Was Director Li carrying a child? How old was the child? 3 years old? 6 years old? I don't think so. She should be at least 15 years old. 15 years old is still a child? Director Li, if I remember correctly, the United Nations World Health Organization classifies children above the age of 13 as adolescents. Director Li, you're not carrying a child. You're carrying a teenager. Chapter 1036. Secretary Xia, in the eyes of us parents, children will always be children. There's no such thing as a teenager. What was the relationship between Secretary Xia and Yi Qian? Why was she always speaking up for Yi Qian? In the hospital, she vaguely heard Yi Qian calling Secretary Xia, Sister Xia. At that time, she was so angry with Song Huiying that she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she was speaking up for Yi Qian again and again, Mother Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had taken a few steps forward, didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him. He looked at the setup on the rooftop. The evening wind was cold, but there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. Things were getting more and more out of hand, making him more and more uncertain. Xia Yiwei walked to Mrs. Yao's side and looked at Yao Jing with a smile that did not look like a smile. She said slowly, "Director Li, you must have read a lot of books, right? Why do you sound like an illiterate? In my eyes, Director Li's child is already an adult. Since she's an adult, she has to be responsible for her words and actions. She can't run away just because Director Li thinks that she's infallible." Mother Yao was a little flustered. Secretary Xia was a little overbearing. "No, Secretary Xia. Our Jing Jing is just immature. Don't judge her because she's 16 or 17 years old. She's no different from a child." Her far-fetched explanation made Xia Yiwei narrow her eyes. She looked at Yao Jing from head to toe and said with a smile, "I couldn't tell. She doesn't seem to have a problem with her IQ. Director Li, I think your daughter is very healthy." She said that her clever daughter had a problem with her IQ? Mother Yao was so angry that she couldn't maintain her composure. She forced a smile and explained, "Secretary Xia, there's nothing wrong with my daughter. She's very healthy. Director Li, why are you so contradictory? One moment, you say that your daughter is 16 or 17 years old and her IQ is no different from a child. The next moment, you say that there's nothing wrong with her IQ. Director Li, are you kidding me? Xia Yiwei's face turned cold. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said, since there's no problem with your IQ, 16 or 17 years old is considered a teenager. You can think of it that way, but in my eyes, Director Li's daughter is definitely not a child, but a teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior. Secretary Xia, my Jingjing, I don't know what your Jingjing is like, but I do know that Director Li's daughter is very powerful. You're so powerful that I feel a chill down my spine when I stand next to you. Xia Yiwei was no longer as polite as before. They were so vicious and vicious. As their parents, not only did they not educate them, but they also blindly protected them. Why should she be polite to them? If they could bully Yi Qian today, they could bully others tomorrow. Keeping such a student in the provincial No. 1 middle school was a disgrace to the southern province's education industry. Xia Yiwei's domineering attitude left Mrs. Yao at a loss. Why wasn't her Jingjing a child? He was clearly an immature child. Even if she was the governor's secretary, she couldn't be so unreasonable. Her cold expression made Xia Yiwei reveal a mocking smile. How could such a person become an office director? She should be investigated thoroughly. The police officer who was waiting for Yao Jing's response waited until Xia Yiwei left before continuing to ask, Yao Jing, you better confirm it. Also, I need to remind you that in our eyes, you're not a child, but a teenager. A teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior. Chapter 1037. The policeman's words made Mother Yao's liver ache. You better watch your attitude. How dare you threaten my daughter? I won't let you off. Director Li, this is just a routine matter. Please cooperate. Thank you. Her threat did not affect the policeman in charge of this matter. They had encountered this kind of situation too many times. He asked Yao Jing again, you better go over and confirm it with your father. Director Yang, who came up a step later, deliberately stopped. He waited for the policeman to finish speaking before he said to his wife, Old Yao's family really kicked an iron plate this time. With Xia Yiwei's support, Yi Qian won't be wrong today. With Secretary Xia's protection, I can't acknowledge Yi Qian as my goddaughter. Mother Yang sighed softly. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian and she smiled. That's fine. You don't have to worry about her being bullied by the Yao family. Yang Heng heard this and laughed softly. Mom, even if Yi Qian is alone, no one can bully her. Also, I'm relieved that you don't acknowledge Yi Qian as your goddaughter. I don't feel any pressure now. How could an older brother not feel pressure when he had a powerful younger sister? With a powerful friend, he would not feel any pressure. He would only feel honored. Director Yang laughed and scolded, Brat, I know you're unhappy. Hurry up and take a look. The Yao family won't be able to get away easily. Our family doesn't hit people when they're down. If there's one, there's one. If there's two, there's two. We won't exaggerate or say anything. Old Yao and his wife had beaten his son to death. He was already being magnanimous by saying what he wanted to say. Director Yang glanced at the old neighbor who was talking to Principal Chow and said, Old Yao won't cry until he sees the coffin. Tonight, I'll let him know how much of a failure he has in educating Jing. He won't think that he failed in his education. He will only say that his child is still young and doesn't know anything. Mother Yang coldly replied and followed her son's footsteps to the edge of the rooftop. Just as Mother Yang said, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had a premonition that something was wrong, explained to Principal Chow, my Jingjing is still a child. She doesn't know anything, so we can't scare her like this. Principal Chow said coldly, if I ask Yi Qian to beat up Yao Jing now, will Deputy Director Yao still think that the child is immature? If that's the case, that's fine too. Yi Qian has been wronged by you and is very angry. Why don't you let her beat up Yao Jing to vent her anger? She's just a child anyway and doesn't know any better. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless for a long time. He had always thought that his daughter was a child, but he had never thought that Yi Qian, who was just like his daughter, was also a child. What do you think? If you agree, I'll call Yi Qian over now. Seeing this, Principal Chao's eyes became colder. He really did call Yi Qian over. Yi Qian, come over here. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao immediately stopped him. Don't. Principal Chao, my Jingjing is immature, but Yi Qian is mature. How can you let her beat up Yao Jing for no reason? That's not right, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. In my eyes, Yi Qian is a child. And Yao Jing is mature. Principal Chao seriously repeated, in my eyes, Yi Qian is a child. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao pulled a long face and said, Yi Qian is mature. Chapter 1038. In my eyes, Yi Qian doesn't know any better. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. Principal Chao watched as Yi Qian walked over. Her frail body and strong steps made her look like a stalk of bamboo that wouldn't bend no matter how many times it was torn apart. Even the adults were full of admiration for her. In my eyes, Yi Qian is just a child. How can Deputy Bureau Chief Yao be so sure that Yi Qian isn't a child? At this point, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao finally understood. Once she understood, her face instantly turned ashen and her eyes dimmed. Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying Yi Qian, glanced at the defeated Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. His thin lips curved slightly as he said to Yi Qian, stand in your original position. This time, you don't have to worry about anyone pushing you down. Yao Jing is going to cry if I stand here. Yi Qian smiled as he glanced at Yao Jing, who had followed the police to the spot where she jumped off the building earlier in the day. His voice was as cold as the night wind. There's no use crying. We have to deal with her as we should. As you said, I won't let her stir up trouble in my high school life. Good self-awareness. Although it's a little late, it's not too late. Xia Jinyuan walked side by side with Yi Qian. When he reached Principal Chao, he didn't say anything about keeping his distance. From his attitude, it was clear that he didn't mind at all that speaking up for Yi Qian would affect him in any way. How could Principal Chao really order Yi Qian to hit Yao Jing? When she came over, he said in a deep voice, after Yao Jing confirms it, stand in her position and repeat what she said earlier. Don't be afraid of anything. Secretary Xia, the police, and I are all here. His words made it difficult for Deputy Bureau Chief Yao to back down. By the time Yi Qian, who had fastened the safety belt around his waist, stood in her original position and turned on the snow-white light, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, whose face was already ashen, suddenly felt his vision darken. They were so far away. Why did Jing suddenly think of pushing Yi Qian down the stairs? Yi Qian, who had returned to his original position, repeated every word that Yao Jing had said. Every time she said something, Jianghu would confirm it, and the teacher beside him would also nod. Following that, another girl, who had been standing for more than half an hour, imitated Yao Jing and stumbled towards Yi Qian. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao had already averted his gaze. That girl had used her body language to say that. Yao Jing had purposely fallen towards Yi Qian. She had hooked her feet onto the steel bar and used the strength of her waist to fall towards Yi Qian. Because the distance was a little far, her entire waist was bent to one side. When Yi Qian said, "Go to hell, Yi Qian," Yao Jing's face was as pale as paper when she saw the girl mimicking her movements. Jianghu said coldly, "Yao Jing's waist was bent at the same angle as this girl's waist. Both of them have dance skills. Yao Jing had no problem doing such difficult movements." Jianghu, don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Mother Yao panicked and shouted, what kind of magic potion did Yi Qian feed you to make you help her like this? She doesn't really like you. She just likes the fact that you have a father who is a bureau chief. Then, she said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yang and his wife, Old Yang, Huiying, quickly persuade Heng Heng. What he said will kill Jing Jing, it will kill Jing Jing. Before she harmed others, did she ever think that what she did would also kill others? Mother Yang's anger rose again and she reprimanded, my son is not biased towards anyone. Yi Qian also doesn't like my family. Don't even think about stuffing that rotten daughter of yours into my family. Chapter 1039. Mother Yang's reprimand made Mother Yao's figure wobble. No, no, my Jing Jing, your Jing Jing is your Jing Jing. Don't tell us what your Jing Jing is. I don't need to know. Mother Yang reprimanded and simply stood far away to avoid being entangled by the Yao family. Yao Jing cried loudly. She cried until she was gasping for breath as if she would pass out in the next second. It's over, everything is over. Auntie Song is tired of her, tired of her. My poor daughter, you are so wronged. So wronged. Mother Yao hugged her daughter who was crying until she almost passed out. Her eyes swept fiercely towards Yi Qian who was standing on the rooftop. This nemesis. This nemesis. Why didn't she fall down, why didn't she fall down? Mom, it's over, I'm finished. Mom, I'm finished. Yao Jing's mouth only kept repeating these words. It's over, it's all over. At that time, she didn't think that Yi Qian would be so far away from her. She also didn't calculate that the distance would expose her. It's over, it's over. It's all over. The mother and daughter cried together. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao kept looking away. He knew, this matter was really over. His daughter's trick was over. He wanted to settle it, but, with Secretary Xia and the police present, how could he settle it? Mrs. Yao's shouting did not stop the situation. After the girl pushed Yi Jian, she slowly straightened her body. It did not take much effort. When she came down, she took off her shoes and socks. There was a red welt on the back of each of her feet from the steel bars. Yao Jing's feet must have some too. Such deep marks won't disappear without 2 or 3 days. Reenacting the thrilling scene of the day, Yang Heng only looked at Yao Jing coldly. Yao Jing, if we wronged you, you can take off your shoes and socks and let the police see. Yao Jing, take off your shoes and socks. We need to take photos for evidence. As soon as the police finished speaking, Mother Yao directly protected Yao Jing by her side and said sharply, what do you want to do? Are you ganging up to bully my daughter? My daughter was so scared during the day. Not only did you not comfort her, but you also forced her. Get out. Get out. It's over. It's over. Once the photos were taken, everyone would know that Jing Jing had the intention of pushing Yi Qian down the stairs. Mother Yao realized the severity of the situation. She had no other choice but to use this method to stop it. Unfortunately, she had no way to stop it. Seeing this, Yao Jing, whose face was as pale as a sheet, screamed and rushed downstairs. However, she was stopped by the police who had been guarding the entrance of the attic on the rooftop. At the same time, she was easily subdued. Let me go, let me go. Dad, Mom, save me, save me. Mom, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. They're so strong, I'm in pain, it hurts so much, save me, save me. Yao Jing, who was being restrained, screamed and struggled. She even tried to ask her parents for help. Even her parents couldn't save her. When her feet were exposed, the bruises on the backs of her feet were exposed under the white light. She screamed even louder, Yang Heng, save me. Save me. Yang Heng's handsome face only had indifference. Yao Jing's actions had pushed his bottom line to the limit time and time again. Looking at Yao Jing now, he only felt calm. He even thought to himself, the day I've been waiting for has finally come. Taking photos, collecting evidence, recording, and investigating. That night, all the things that had been left behind during the day were settled. Yao Jing's screams didn't stop at all from the school to the police car parked outside the school gate. Mother Yao fainted immediately. It's over, Jing Jing is over. Chapter 1040. Mother Yao fainted. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao caught his wife who suddenly fainted. How could he still care about his daughter? That was his daughter. How could he not care? How could he not care? While holding his wife down, he anxiously shouted Mother Yao's name. For a moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's back was soaked with sweat. Beads of sweat dripped down from his chin. Yao Jing, who was being carried away, saw that her parents didn't come. She anxiously screamed even more miserably. Let me go, Dad, Mom, come here, come here. Come and save me. I'm scared, Dad, I'm scared. I'm scared, Mom, I'm scared. Save me, I didn't mean it. Yangheng, I didn't mean it, forgive me, I beg you to forgive me. Not seeing her parents was like losing her backbone. She struggled to kick her feet high, unwilling to be carried to the police car. She screamed for Deputy Bureau Chief Yao to save her. Yangheng, who sent his parents to the school building, said, Dad, drive slowly at night. Mom, calm down. It's no big deal for a boy like me to be beaten a few times. I'll be fine in a few days. There's still half an hour before the evening self-study. I'll go back to the classroom first. Yao Jing's cry for help didn't cause any reaction from Yangheng. He was relieved in his heart. He also wanted to spend his last year of high school in peace. He didn't want to see Yao Jing appear again. Remember to apply medicine before going to bed. Your back can't reach. I'll have to trouble the students in the dormitory to help. Mother Yang said a few words and looked upstairs. Yi Qian should be relieved. He didn't have to worry about Yao Jing standing up from time to make things difficult for him. Deputy Bureau Chief Yang patted his son's shoulder and said with a smile, Go study by yourself. I'll go back with your mom first. After that, he walked away. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who was holding his wife down, heard footsteps. He immediately turned back with tears in his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice to Deputy Bureau Chief Yang's family, Old Yang, my Jing Jing, can you help me? That child. She repeated the word, that child, 3 times in a row, but in the end, she couldn't finish what she wanted to say. He wanted to say that the child didn't do it on purpose, that she didn't do it on purpose. She only did it because she was still young and didn't know any better. He wanted them to forgive her this once on account of her young age. Deputy Director Yao suddenly couldn't say these words that were usually very easy to say. His lips moved for a while and finally turned into a long sigh. Director Yang, who didn't add insult to injury, also sighed. Old Yao, you don't have to say anything now. When sister-in-law hit my son, did she ever think about the friendship between our two families? You keep saying that you want my son to be buried with your daughter. You keep saying that my son is heartless and unscrupulous, that he won't save a dying person. If Yi Qian hadn't repeated these words on the rooftop, Huiying and I wouldn't have known. Old Yao, it's useless for you to beg my family. I won't intervene in this matter. You don't have to beg Yi Qian either. Secretary Xia's attitude is enough to explain everything. Deputy Director Yao's face became more and more ashen. It's over, it's all over. When she heard her daughter calling her name, then Yangheng, and even old Yang, 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 1041. He and his wife always thought that their daughter was still young and a child. Even if she made a mistake, she could just say, sorry, and let it go. They thought this way and naturally thought that others should think this way too. After reaching this point with his wife, they still thought this way. No one raised any objections. No one, everyone would laugh and forgive their daughter's mistake. They would tell them that Jing was still a child. They always thought this way. Until today, he and his wife still thought this way. In the end, they thought that their daughter was still a child. But not everyone thought this way. Secretary Xia didn't think this way. Principal Chao didn't think this way. The school teachers didn't think this way. Those who didn't need to listen to him didn't think that Jing was still a child. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who only understood now, regretted it. It was too late to understand now. It was all too late. Mrs. Yao opened her eyes and stared blankly for a few seconds before grabbing her husband's arm tightly. Her voice was hoarse as she yelled, "Quick, quick! Don't let them take our daughter away. Stop them. Stop them." As soon as she spoke, Bureau Chief Yang and his wife's faces turned cold. Mother Yang didn't want to stay for a second and walked straight over. A loving mother leads to a wastrel. Yao Jing was spoiled by the adults. "Old Yang, why are you still standing there? Our son is back in the classroom. We should go home too. Staying here would only make her feel worse." Yao Jing, who was about to leave the school building and walk towards the school gate, did not see her parents. Frightened out of her wits, she turned to Yi Jian for help. "Yi Jian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, just this once." Only Yao Jing's screams could be heard in the quiet school. She was panicking, confused, scared. Begging her parents was useless. Begging Yang Heng was useless. Yao Jing begged Yi Qian. She needed to be forgiven. Just like last time, she scolded Yi Qian's mother. After being forgiven, everything would be fine. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I don't want to be taken away by the police. I don't want to go to the juvenile detention center. I don't want to be locked up like a criminal. Yi Qian, I beg you. I beg you to forgive me just this once for the sake of our classmates." Mother Yao, who still hadn't come to her senses, stood up. Hearing her daughter's heart-wrenching scream, she staggered and wanted to chase after her again, but was stopped by Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. "Don't chase after her. It's useless." "How is it useless? Let go of me. Let go." At this time, Mother Yao was just a mother who was willing to risk everything for her child. But, she had to stop mentioning Yang Heng and Yi Qian. Jing was wrongly accused by them. The police didn't even investigate. They only heard their side of the story and claimed that Jing wanted to kill Yi Qian. Song Huiying must be blind to not see what that little bitch Yi Qian wants. "You even helped Yi Qian deal with my Jing. There was nothing to sympathize with. There was no need to sympathize with someone who always thought that it was someone else's fault. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, I suggest that you take Director Li to the psychiatrist tomorrow. She still hasn't come to her senses. She's completely immersed in her own fantasies. I'm afraid there's something wrong with her mental state." Xia Yiwei, who came down a little later, stood behind them and said coldly, "Yi Qian is part of our family Xia. If I hear Director Li badmouthing her again, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 1042. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao immediately covered his wife's mouth and hurriedly said, "She might have really been agitated and spouted nonsense. Secretary Xia, please don't take it to heart. Yi Qian is a family Xia." Even without her husband covering her mouth, Mother Yao was also shocked. How could Yi Qian be a member of the Xia family? Impossible. 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 How could a country bumpkin be a family Xia? Secretary Xia said it herself, how could it be false? If it wasn't, why would Secretary Xia stand up for Yi Qian? Did you hear that? We were worried for nothing. Bureau Chief Yang, who was walking in front, naturally heard that too. He sighed and said to his wife, "Fortunately, we didn't rashly say that we wanted to acknowledge Yi Qian as our goddaughter. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of face. How could it be embarrassing?" Mother Yang smiled faintly. "I really like Yi Qian. Regardless of whether she's a family xia, I only like Yi Qian. It has nothing to do with anyone else. How could it be embarrassing to say it out loud? First, she wasn't after anything. Second, she wasn't planning anything. What was there to be embarrassed about openly liking someone?" The sound of books being flipped could be heard in the classroom. Outside the classroom, Yao Jing's voice of remorse could be faintly heard by the students. Yi Qian, who was standing on the fourth floor of the teaching block, looked towards the school gate with a cold gaze. He could vaguely see Yao Jing's struggling figure in the light. "I'm afraid the truth isn't completely over yet. The Yao family is likely to appeal again. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao won't leave his own daughter in the lurch," Yi Qian said faintly. He didn't care about Yao Jing's pleas for help at all. Not all mistakes could be forgiven with an "I'm sorry." Even more so, one shouldn't assume that as long as one said, "I'm sorry," no matter how big the mistake was, it should be forgiven. Until now, Yao Jing still wanted to use an "I'm sorry" in exchange for forgiveness. She was so naive that it made people want to laugh. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, gently held her hand and smiled. "No, the Yao family will accept the punishment. They won't dare to appeal. It's a foregone conclusion that Yao Jing will be sent to the juvenile detention center, and the Yao family can't do anything about it." "You're so sure?" Yi Qian smiled at him. "Are you going to handle the matters outside?" If she didn't even dare to appeal, only Xia Jinyuan would be able to do so. Otherwise, with Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife's indulgence, how could they bear to let Yao Jing enter the juvenile detention center? Xia Jinyuan did not deny it. He nodded with a stern look in his eyes. "We have to let them know the consequences of messing with someone they shouldn't mess with. Didn't they bully Little Fox for being an orphan? Didn't they bully Little Fox because she had no one to back her up? Then he would let the Yao family see who they had offended. There was no need for him to use his personal power to settle this matter. The Yang family would put pressure on him, and the school would step in. As for him, he only needed Xia Yiwei to show concern from time to time and investigate the background of Deputy Director Yao and his wife. Everything would be settled easily. Appeal? That would only happen when the Yao family had the energy to do so. If they failed to appeal, they might even end up in jail. At 8:00 in the evening, the school's evening self-study session had not ended. Almost all the students sitting in the classroom could hear Yao Jing's screams. When he heard Yao Jing begging Yi Qian for forgiveness, Luo ran from grade 3 shuddered violently. Yao Jing! Yao Jing! Yao Jing was also taken away by Yi Qian. And she was taken away by the police. She wanted to jump off a building during the day, but she was taken away by the police at night. Luo Ran lowered his head even more. Chapter 1043. Luo Ran had always thought that as long as his family was rich, there was nothing they couldn't settle. However, what he had experienced that night had taught him a lesson. In the southern province, there were many people who were richer than his family. There were even more rich and powerful people. He had provoked someone who was richer and more powerful than his family. If they wanted his life, they could do it in a matter of minutes. The boss of the southern province road was Master Ho San. Even the Luo family was nothing in front of him. There were people whispering in the classroom. One could vaguely hear the name, Yao Jing, coming out of their mouths from time to time. Even the students with good grades were whispering about Yao Jing. They were all trying to guess what had happened to her. One moment, she was screaming for help, the next moment, they were talking about the police, and now, they were talking about Yi Qian. Luo Ran secretly watched from the corner of his eyes. He didn't participate in the discussion until the end of the evening self-study session. He didn't dare to get involved. As long as it was related to Yi Qian, he had to stay far away from it. He couldn't afford to offend a girl who knew how to use a knife, who had the guts to kill, who had the ability to kill, and who had the backing of a mafia boss. He couldn't afford to offend the Luo family either. Luo Rant's silence didn't attract the attention of his classmates. When the bell rang, the students left the classroom in groups of 3 and 5, laughing and chatting. No matter if it was class 3 or class 1, they all had a common topic tonight. It was said that Yao Jing, who had jumped off the building, had been arrested by the police. What a horrible scream. It was so satisfying to hear it. Anjiasen was a girl who only needed to know the result and didn't care about the process. When the bell rang, she hugged Yi Qian's shoulder and laughed until her face was about to cramp. After laughing, she pretended to be serious and cleared her throat. She quietly said, "That seems a little rude. Am I taking pleasure in other people's misfortune too much?" Yi Qian couldn't deny this point. He wasn't just taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He was laughing so hard that his legs were about to float. It's fine as long as you're laughing in your heart. It's better to keep a low profile outside. Yi Qian said with a smile. Walking on the cobblestone path, Yi Qian's expression was slightly cold. Yao Jing would be taken away by the police sooner or later. If she was arrested now, it would save her from harming others in the future. Anjiasen had never asked Yi Qian what had happened during the day and night. In the past, she was extremely curious, but under Yi Qian's subtle influence and Zhang Bin's constant reminders, Anjiasen was no longer as reckless as she was in junior high. She was no longer as curious as before. Even though she wanted to know what was going on, Yi Qian didn't say anything, so she didn't ask for details. Since he already knew the result, he didn't care about the process. Yi Qian didn't know where to start talking about Yao Jing's incident. Moreover, Yao Jing's incident had already spread throughout the school. As one of the parties involved, she didn't have the habit of gossiping about others behind their backs. If it was something that everyone already knew, there was no need for her to explain the reason and process in detail. It wouldn't take long for someone to find out the truth. Jianghu was similar to Yi Qian in that he didn't have the temperament to gossip about others behind their backs. No matter how many questions his classmates asked, he just smiled and brushed it off. After a few times, no one asked any more. If he didn't say anything, no one could get anything out of him. Wang Dandan wasn't having a good time either. Her classmates surrounded her and wanted to know what had happened during the day. Why did Yao Jing commit suicide? Why did it involve Yi Qian? Most of all, they didn't understand why Yao Jing was taken away by the police. Chapter 1044. There were so many questions that Wang Dandan didn't know what to do. In the end, the class teacher, who had sprained her ankle, came forward to save her. Class Success class teacher received instructions from the school leaders and called Wang Dandan out from the crowd. I know that you, Lu Mei, and Yao Jing have a good relationship, and you're the clearest about what happened to Yao Jing today. I hope that you can remain silent on this matter. If you know something, don't say it. If you don't know something, don't make wild guesses. Do you understand what I mean? The school didn't intend to hide anything, but they couldn't just stand by and watch the situation develop. They had to control what they could. They couldn't let the students' parents doubt the school's management and teaching quality. How could they let Yao Jing ruin the reputation of a century-old school? Wang Dandan, who hadn't recovered from her shock for the entire day, bit her lip and nodded. I know. Don't worry. I've been classmates with Yao Jing all the way from junior high to senior high. I won't speak ill of her in front of my classmates, nor will I stand up for her. Yao Jing wanted to push Yi Qian down the stairs, but in the end, she fell down herself. When Jianghu found her and told her about it, she couldn't help but believe it. That was the truth. She didn't want to believe it, but she had no choice. Even as a good friend, she couldn't help but be afraid of Yao Jing. For Yang Heng, for a guess without any evidence, she was willing to kill her classmate. That was too scary. Wang Dandan told her class teacher honestly. She also told her class teacher that her relationship with Yao Jing was just an ordinary one where she wouldn't defend her or intentionally slander her. As the child of a business family, she had always been clear about the trade-offs between relationships. Wang Dandan could be said to be Yao Jing's best friend. To this day, even her best friend was frightened by Yao Jing's vicious heart and didn't dare to continue their friendship. If Wang Dandan dared to take someone's life over such a small matter, then if there were greater benefits in the future, she would have to pay for it with the lives of her entire family. The wind at night was much colder than during the day. It was late autumn in the southern province in November, and the wind at night brought with it the chill of early winter. The street lights in the campus faintly illuminated the campus. The students, who were usually the most enthusiastic about walking around Swan Lake, also chose the nearest way back to the dormitory. They talked softly until the lights in several dormitory buildings lit up one by one. As the sun rose and set, Yao Jing's matter was soon drowned out by the midterm exam the next day. No matter how curious she was about other people's affairs, she couldn't miss the exam because of this. There were 3 days of exams in the third year of high school. The first and second year students, who only had 2 days of exams, were off on the second day. Yi Qian carried a paper bag and walked to the school gate after finishing his exams in the afternoon. She had once said that when he returned, he would personally retrieve the military uniform from her hands, and then they would look at the 10,000 maple leaves together. Now that he was back, she was here as promised. Xia Jinyuan had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. Among the group of students walking out of the school gate, he didn't need to look around to find the girl he was waiting for. Yi Qian's clean school uniform was blue and white, and his face was clean and clean. He was like a lotus flower stained with morning dew, swaying with pure beauty. Walking among the students, he easily attracted the attention of others, and even more so, attracted his gaze. He couldn't see anyone else's existence. Xia Yiwei said that 23-year-old men didn't know what kind of girl they wanted. They were young and ignorant. At that time, they were passionately in love and couldn't bear to part with each other. They thought they had found a partner to spend the rest of their lives with. Chapter 1045. Only when the heat had died down and her state of mind had matured did she realize that she could not bear to part with him. When she said that, her tone was full of vicissitudes. While she was persuading him, she was also persuading herself to let go of 17 years of feelings. When other people were 23 years old, they didn't know what kind of girl they wanted. That was because they started to understand things too late. They started to understand things when they were 23 years old. They started to think about things when they were 26 years old. They might only understand what kind of wife they wanted when they were 30 years old. But he was different. When he was 14, he began to understand things. When he was 17, he began to think about things. When he was 20, he understood what kind of wife he wanted. At 23, he was certain that the girl who walked towards him calmly would be his partner for life. It would not change until death. It seems like you did well in the exams. It didn't affect your mood. Opening the car door, Xia Jinyuan smiled at Yi Qian. You have the aura of a king returning. Yi Qian stepped into the car and teased, I prefer it when you say that I'm returning triumphantly. That's right. A triumphant return suits both of us. Xia Jinyuan smiled. He also liked to return triumphantly. Every time he completed a mission, he would return triumphantly with his comrades. After getting into the car, he did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he told Yi Qian about his plans. We're going to Mount Dalong. When the maple leaves are yellow, we can climb the mountain and enjoy the scenery. Turning his head, he gazed at Yi Qian with a gentle and reserved gaze. His deep voice became more serious. I'm back, little fox. I didn't miss the chance to accompany you to see all the yellow maple leaves. Actually, I've thought about it. If we miss this year, we still have next year and the year after that. One day, you'll accompany me to see the autumn scenery. Yi Qian answered equally seriously. Her beautiful eyebrows had a tenacity that other girls did not have. I'll wait for that day to come. Since she had decided to date him, she would treat him with sincerity. No matter what the future held, she would treat him seriously and would not be perfunctory. She had never been in love in her 2 lifetimes, but she understood that they needed to treat each other with sincerity. Especially since they were comrades in arms, they couldn't be casual. Yi Qian saw and remembered all that Xia Jinyuan had done for her. She, who had never been in a relationship before, was like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, seriously and diligently fumbling around. She didn't want to let him down, nor did she want to let herself down. Words spoken from the heart were often the most heart-palpitating. The gentleness in Xia Jinyuan's eyes almost melted into water. His little fox did not know how to coax people, but she was very good at saying sweet nothings that moved his heart. She always liked to inadvertently make his heart palpitate. He just wanted to hug her fiercely without saying a word. He just hugged her like this and felt very happy. Seeing Xia Jinyuan like this, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon as she reached out her hand. "Welcome back, my comrade." Before her heartbeat had even subsided, the young major extended his clenched fist and gently bumped it against hers. His handsome face had a smile as he slowly said, "My identity has been restored. The mission has been completed. Little fox, I'm back to retrieve my military uniform." In that second, Yi Qian's eyes suddenly reddened. Tears welled up in her eyes. For the sake of his country, the young major in front of her was willing to risk not being able to change his identity even if he sacrificed himself. He went to a foreign country and became an illegal mercenary to carry out beheading operations in another country. Chapter 1046. People who lived in peaceful times would never know that their country had such a group of soldiers who could not leave their names behind after sacrificing themselves in the mission, using their own flesh and blood to protect their country. Her delicate lips slowly curved into a smile that was as gentle as a blooming flower. "You are an upright person, so of course you have to wear a military uniform that represents your identity." The maple leaves on Mount Daliang had turned a dazzling shade of gold like metals. When the wind blew, the maple leaves rustled in the wind. Yi Qian looked at the young major who was standing beside him. His heart was at peace. "Xia Jinyuan, you are my goal. One day, I will wear the same military uniform as you and look at 10,000 maple leaves with you in an upright manner." She didn't hide her gaze. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at the scenery in the distance, looked up and saw the darkness in her eyes, as well as the tenacity that had never changed. Xia Yiwei said that he didn't know much at the age of 23, but he didn't think for a second and told her seriously, "The love I want doesn't involve so much romance, nor does it involve so much indecisiveness. It also doesn't involve so much time to quarrel. My love has gunpowder, fearlessness, companionship, and I can rest assured that my life is in Yi Qian's hands." "Xia Yiwei, you and Ho Zi didn't write a suicide note, did you? You didn't think that you might never see each other again, did you?" Xia Yiwei's expression was one of shock. She said involuntarily, "Xia Jinyuan, you are a military officer after all. Don't tell me you have to go on stage during the drill?" After hearing that, he immediately laughed. "You are my older sister, but you don't understand me. But Yi Qian understands me. Xia Yiwei, would I miss a girl who understands me? When I meet a girl who understands me, and supports me, the 23-year-old me will only seize the opportunity. Because every time I go out, I have to write a suicide note. This time, I'm still alive, but next time, I don't know if I can come back alive. So, my love doesn't have as much time as yours does. I can only seize the time to fall in love." The love of a special forces soldier could not withstand too much romance, nor could it be given too much romance. Who would want such a love? Who would dare to? When he met a girl who dared to dream, to want, and to fall in love with a special forces soldier, it would be a matter of life. Looking at this girl who dared to fall in love with him and set him as her goal, Xia Jinyuan's arms around her shoulders tightened. His thin lips kept curling upwards, and the smile never disappeared. Xia Jinyuan only had 3 days to collect his military uniform. Yi Jian personally buttoned the last button for him and straightened his collar. Looking at the tall and straight man in front of her, Yi Jian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that I still like Captain Xia in his military uniform. Xia Jinyuan's fierce aura was even more obvious when he wore the military uniform. Then, he put on the military cap for him. Under the big brimmed hat, the pair of deep black eyes were as sharp as swords. Xia Jinyuan was unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with gentleness after he finished dressing up. He used his gaze to trace her face silently, then carefully engraved her every move, every frown, and every smile in his heart. He gently raised his hand to hold her face, and his warm lips landed on her forehead. He smiled and said, "One day, I will personally put on your uniform for you. Little fox, I will wait for that day to come." Chapter 1047. After interacting with Xia Jinyuan for a while, Yi Qian had already gotten over the tense period. He was no longer nervous when Xia Jinyuan got close to him, nor did he reject him. Other than feeling a little awkward, after a few years of interaction and fighting side by side with him, Yi Qian had finally taken a big step towards him. Not only was he trying to accept Xia Jinyuan's love, but he was also slowly trying to like him. When Xia Jinyuan kissed him, Yi Qian gently closed his eyes, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, Yi Qian said in a tense voice, "I can wear my own clothes. There's no need to trouble you, Captain Xia. Let him wear my own clothes? You have to take off your clothes first before putting them on. Don't think I don't know what he's thinking." Yi Qian, who was often teased by Major Xia, subconsciously thought of something else when he heard what Xia Jinyuan said. Normally, Xia Jinyuan would have a deeper meaning behind his words, but this time, there was no deeper meaning at all. He simply wanted to help his girlfriend wear the military uniform and stand on a high place like this to watch the sunset hand in hand. But this time, he didn't. Yi Qian continued to think too much, which made Xia Jinyuan laugh heartily. He intimately pinched her beautiful nose and said, "You're thinking too much again. But I really don't mind if you think too much." This time, there was a hint of flirtation in his words. Yi Qian, who realized she was overthinking, immediately broke free from his arms and calmly changed the topic. "I didn't expect the scenery on the 23rd floor of Caesar Hotel to be so beautiful. You can see the sun rising in the morning and the sunset in the evening. It seems like Brother Z put in a lot of effort when choosing the hotel location. Do you like it a lot? If you like it, you can come over anytime. The 23rd floor is high and the scenery is beautiful. Other than Brother Z's trusted people, ordinary subordinates are not allowed to enter as they please." Xia Jinyuan, who knew that her embarrassment was acting up again, wanted to tease her again, but when he saw her looking at the scenery seriously and trying to resolve the awkwardness, his heart melted. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I don't have that much time to come out. I want to make the best use of my time to live a more fulfilling life. I don't want to waste a single second." After a slight pause, there was a hint of coldness in his focused expression. "This mission made me realize that I'm too far away from being a professional special forces soldier. Since you're my goal, Captain Xia, I'm not afraid to tell you that you're my goal, and also a goal that I want to surpass." Her words revealed Yi Qian's ambition. Not only did Xia Jinyuan not make fun of her, he even supported her goal of surpassing herself. "That's right. You have to be like this in the army. Only by constantly surpassing others can you go further and stand higher. Little fox, I'm waiting for you to surpass me. But please don't forget that while you're working hard, so am I, that's right. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't stop at the same spot and wait for Yi Qian to catch up with him. He would hold her hand as they walked. While she grew, he would also constantly improve himself. Yi Qian wanted to surpass an all-round soldier and an ace special forces soldier. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. She needed to continue working hard and use the most solid foundation to welcome her own military uniform. She needed to reach the pinnacle of her career. That's right. I'm improving, and so are you. So if I want to surpass you, I have to put in more effort. Yi Qian was very grateful for Xia Jinyuan's advice. He taught her many things that she might have needed to fall and bleed before she could understand them. His words also saved her a lot of trouble. Chapter 1048. She really didn't want to miss out on such an outstanding man. She didn't want to miss out on him, but she also didn't want to be a burden to him. She wanted to fight side by side with him and those respectable and adorable comrades, so she had to work hard. Xia Jinyuan liked her tenacity the most. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his opinion. Unexpectedly, his opinion was the same as the one Yi Qian had proposed to Principal Chen. Enter intensive training. He believed that Yi Qian could definitely enter intensive training instead of intermediate training. He had paid attention to and secretly observed Yi Qian during several missions. After this mission, not only did he believe that Yi Qian could enter intensive training, but even G3 and the others believed that Yi Qian could enter intensive training. Once intensive training was completed, Yi Qian would no longer be a normal soldier, but a qualified special forces soldier. You can consider my suggestion. Maybe you can mention it to Uncle Chen and see what he has in mind. There will also be intensive training in your 4 years of training, but Uncle Chen wants to train you to become a world-class ace sniper. To me, you can become an ace sniper or an ace special forces soldier. Little fox, you can set your goal to become an ace special forces soldier. There was already a Q king, but there was still a king missing. He really wanted to see Yi Qian take the king position. His suggestion made Yi Qian speechless for a long time. He didn't expect the two of them to have the same idea without any discussion. Tacit understanding? Thinking of the purgatory training that was about to begin, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. She smiled and said, "My training here is indeed planning to enter into intensive training. I won't go to the automobile troop training base on Saturday and Sunday. After school on Friday, I will leave school with Uncle Chen and come back on Sunday." She smiled, and so did Xia Jinyuan. They were thinking of the same thing. But there was still one problem to be solved: accommodation. He said, "Intensive training is different from intermediate training. It's mainly night training and supplementary training during the day. How do you plan to arrange the night training? It's not convenient to live on campus." Xia Jinyuan had already considered this and made preparations in advance, just in case. Yi Qian pondered for a moment before saying, "I haven't been going to self-study since night and night. It will affect the class. After discussing with Mr. Chen, I've decided to move out of the school after my midterm exam results are out. I'll rent a house in the residential area behind the school so that I don't have to ask for leave from Teacher Tong anymore." The school stipulated that boarding students must attend evening self-study sessions. Previously, they had only agreed to allow Yi Qian to apply for leave at night because of her special status. The school agreed, but it would more or less affect the class. "We're all boarding students, so why can't you come late?" In the long run, not only would it make the students feel unbalanced, but it would also affect the collective honor of the class. Now that Yi Qian had brought it up, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You don't have to wait until next week. You can move out this week. Xia Yiwei has a house behind the provincial first middle school. It's been empty for a long time. The furniture is all ready-made and the bedding is complete. You can move in at any time. You don't have to refuse this." Her house is empty no matter where it is. If you move in, you can guard it for her. Also, I think it will be more convenient for you to move out of the school and it won't affect the class. Which boarding student doesn't attend evening self-study sessions every day? No matter how good your grades are, in the long run, the students in the class will more or less have some small opinions. Instead of making the students unhappy, it's better to move out in advance. Chapter 1049. Furthermore, you only have 2 years of high school. Since you've entered intensive training, you should make the most of it. Don't waste too much time on unnecessary things. I have a ready-made house. If you want to live in it, I can go to Xianxia and get the key to open the door. He said it as a precaution so that Yi Qian would have a place to live immediately after moving out of school and wouldn't have to look for another place to live. When Yi Qian said that she would stay temporarily, he didn't think it was a long-term plan. However, at that time, she was extremely resistant to him and restricted him a lot, so he didn't dare to interfere too much. Now that his status was different, he was confident that he could consider his future girlfriend's future as her future boyfriend. Yi Qian's first thought was to refuse, but when he heard Xia Jinyuan say, "Uncle Chen is almost 50 years old now. Little fox, you need to grow up as soon as possible so that he and Uncle Jen can live in the village without any worries and enjoy a retired life." His words hit Yi Qian's Achilles heel, and he couldn't refuse. Xia Jinyuan waited for her to nod her head. The military man's swift and decisive actions were immediately revealed when it came to this matter. First, he asked Yi Qian to call Principal Chen and ask if he had already spoken to the school and if the school agreed to let her move out of school temporarily. Then, he called Xianxia and said that he wanted to borrow her house for Yi Qian to move in. In reality, he was just taking back the key that Xianxia had kept for about 2 months. Principal Chen had already spoken to the school and told Teacher Tong that they would move out as soon as they found a house. Now that he heard that Xia Jinyuan had a house, Principal Chen laughed and said, "Then we don't have to be polite with him. Let's live there for 2 years. Major Xia will pay for everything." Xia Jinyuan didn't take a single cent from him. That evening, before 7 p.m., Yi Qian placed all of his textbooks in a brand new bookcase. In less than 2 hours, Yi Qian had moved out of school. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xia Jinyuan, who only had 3 days of rest, had to rush back to the anti-chemical regiment to report. While Yi Qian was still packing up in his room, he had already left without saying goodbye. "Little Jian, Major Xia is indeed good to you. He's also an excellent person. I have no objections. But there's one thing I need to tell you. No matter how outstanding Captain Xia is, it's still his ability. As for you, you can't relax at any time. Always remember that you're a soldier. A soldier who needs to rely on his own hands to fight and doesn't need to rely on any connections." Xia Jinyuan taught Yi Qian how to be an outstanding soldier, while Uncle Chen and Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to be self-reliant, self-loving, and most importantly, self-respect. A girl is not a flower. She can also stand tall and proud in this world. Her efforts will not be in vain. She will be rewarded. Yi Qian kept every word they said in her heart. When she heard what they said, she nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry. No matter what status Major Xia has, I won't rely on him for what I want. I can rely on my own 2 hands to fight for everything I want. Good girl, we've always believed in you." Out of so many children, why did his Uncle Jen value Yi Qian so much? Although she had outstanding abilities, there was also her character. Abilities were important, but character was even more important. Yi Qian, who had no one to rely on in her previous life, had already developed an independent character. In this life, she was reborn with regrets and hatred from her previous life. Revenge was not her main focus. After going through so many difficulties, she finally understood that her own abilities were the foundation of the world. Chapter 1050. Even if she wanted to take revenge, she had to have the ability to do so. In this lifetime, Yi Qian had never given up on destroying Yi Zhifan's family. She had been working hard to improve herself so that one day, she could defeat Yi Zhifan's family in one fell swoop. She had never given up and always worked hard. She wanted Yi Zhifan to know that Yi Qian was not to be trifled with. Yi Qian was not to be trifled with. Yi Zhifan had already known when she tore up No. 1 middle school's admission letter. Until now, his daughter, Yi Ying, had been forced to transfer from No. 1 middle school. Yi Zhifan had warned his wife, Sun Dongqing, countless times not to take the risk of hurting Yi Qian. Although Yi Ying had left No. 1 middle school, Yi Zhifan had been keeping an eye on the school's movements. Yi Zhifan had already found out about Yao Jing's expulsion on the day of her senior year exams. Sitting at the dining table, Yi Zhifan poured himself a small glass of white wine. After taking a sip, he said to his gloomy daughter, "Fortunately, you managed to avoid her in time and didn't have any contact with Yao Jing. Otherwise, you might have been implicated again." He had never thought that his niece was so powerful. She had actually forced Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and Director Li's daughter to withdraw from school. He had asked his daughter to befriend Yao Jing because of Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. His niece, on the other hand, had forced Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's daughter to withdraw from school. Yi Qian. Who exactly is supporting you from behind? Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she poked at her rice with her chopsticks. She then turned to Yi Zhifan and asked, "Dad, did the Yao family not react? Did they just let Yao Jing be bullied by Yi Qian?" There was no reaction at all. It seems that they just did as they were told. They didn't plan to go against Yi Qian, nor did they plan to seek an explanation from the school. Yi Zhifan had always told Yi Ying these things. It was better to know more than not to know. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with darkness as she gritted her teeth. Her voice became even more gloomy. "I don't believe that an orphan who used to have to listen to my whims now has the ability to do whatever she wants. Dad, haven't you found out who's behind her yet? There must be someone behind her, otherwise, she wouldn't be so capable. Does the military support for her unconditionally? What other redeeming qualities does she have?" That's right, other than being able to read well, he didn't understand what other redeeming qualities his niece had. That's why we can't touch her now. Before we figure out who's behind her, we must not act rashly. Right now, I'm glad that I let you transfer to another school. Ying, no one will be able to gain any advantage from her. Ever since Ying transferred to another school, Yi Zhifan felt a lot more at ease. Although there were times when he was unwilling, seeing the smile on his daughter's face more and more, and the teachers of No. 2 high school were very satisfied with his daughter's performance, the unwillingness in his heart faded a lot. Now that he heard that even Deputy Director Yao's daughter had been forced to drop out by Yi Qian, the last bit of unwillingness in his heart disappeared. Instead, he was glad that he made a prompt decision not to let his daughter continue to study at the provincial first middle school. Yi Ying, who had scooped out half of the rice in the bowl, bit her lower lip so hard that it left a circle of teeth marks. Even Yao Jing couldn't win against Yi Jian. How could this be? Thinking about the past and how she had suffered at the hands of Yi Qian, Yi Ying's eyes shone with a fierce light. After a while, she said, "Dad, you're right. Before we find out who's behind Yi Qian, we can't touch her. Also..." She took out the jade pendant around her neck. Her delicate eyebrows flashed fiercely. "This jade, we can't let Yi Qian take it away. Grandma can forget about getting her hands on this jade." Chapter 1051. This jade pendant was as important as her life in Yi Ying's eyes. She would fight anyone who tried to snatch it from her, even if it was her grandmother. Yi Zhifan's eyes narrowed at the mention of the jade pendant. Yi Qian had become so powerful, knew that the jade pendant was in his hands, and even mentioned it. Yet, Yi Qian had not done anything. It was as if she had completely forgotten about the jade pendant. How could she forget? He had experienced her memory firsthand. It was impossible for her to forget. Since she hadn't forgotten, why didn't she ask any more? Or did she not care about what the jade pendant represented? Did she not care that the jade pendant was actually her mother's legacy? For a moment, Yi Zhifan could not figure out what Yi Qian wanted and what she wanted to do. The sliding door of the dining room opened. Sun Dongqing, who had been busy in the kitchen, walked out with a dish in each hand. Come, come, come. Drunken snail and flour crab. These are all your favorite dishes. As soon as she came out, Yi Zhifan gave Ying a look, and the father and daughter stopped talking. They could not mention Yi Qian in front of Sun Dongqing. The moment they mentioned Yi Qian, the house would be filled with gunpowder. At the same time, it was very likely that she would run to school to cause trouble again. Therefore, the father and daughter rarely talked about Yi Qian in front of her to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yi Qian had chosen to forget about the Yi family ever since Yi Ying transferred schools. Even Xia Jinyuan warned her not to go against Yi Zhifan for the time being. Before she was 100% sure that she could defeat Yi Zhifan, she would not take the initiative to provoke him. The midterm exam results came out 3 days later. As expected, Yi Qian topped the second-year cohort. When the results came out, the whole cohort sighed. She had taken 11 days off and still managed to get into the top class. Her ability was unfathomable. They could not catch up to her. When the teachers of Class 1 saw that Yi Qian was the top student in every subject, their complaints about her taking 11 days off also disappeared. A student like her was a natural scholar. Even if she studied on her own, she would probably be able to rank first. Teacher Tong was also relieved. As the head teacher, she was most worried about Yi Qian's absence and his absence at night, which would affect his studies. Now that the results were out, all the teachers, including Principal Chao, were relieved. Yi Qian, who had already moved out of the school for 3 days, did not care about the results after the exams. Other than the Chinese essay, which she was not confident about, she knew how she would score for the other subjects. She already knew what was going on, so she wasn't too surprised when the results came out. Even when he saw that he was in first place, Yi Qian's expression was still indifferent. When the other students saw this, they couldn't help but lament in their hearts. Difference, this was the difference. Results and scores were like numbers to her, numbers that were not worth mentioning. Your results will definitely be noticed by the admissions teachers of Tsinghua University and West University. You're so much better than second place. When Yi Qian's results came out, Meng Wen was the first to mention the direct admissions. His tone was somewhat sour. The teachers of Tsinghua University and West University haven't left yet. They'll definitely let you go later. Yi Qian already knew what Meng Wen was thinking. Before she could answer, Jiao Hai had already answered, "Don't worry." Yi Qian already said that she won't participate in the direct admissions of Tsinghua University and West University. She won't fight for a spot in the cohort. I don't believe that she would give up such a good opportunity. Meng Wen stiffened his neck and retorted. He stared at Yi Qian without blinking and very obviously probed, "Do you know which third-year cohort students are likely to be directly recruited by famous schools?" Chapter 1052. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this kind of probing. Meng Wen's grades weren't bad, but there was still a gap between her and him. Forgive her for being blunt, but if there really was a direct enrollment quota, it probably wouldn't be Meng Wen's turn. How would I know which direct enrollment is available? I'm not interested in that. If you want to know, you can ask Teacher Tong. Also, Meng Wen, don't worry. Tsinghua and West University's direct enrollment quota won't include me. You don't have to think of me as an imaginary opponent. Instead of thinking about getting a direct enrollment quota, why don't you do well in your only 2 years of high school and build a solid foundation? Even if you don't get a direct enrollment quota, you don't have to worry about not being able to get into Tsinghua and West University. After all, the direct enrollment also depends on the score. If your score isn't good, you won't be able to get a direct enrollment quota no matter how much you want it. Yi Qian directly reminded Meng Wen that instead of always thinking that she would take up a direct enrollment quota, it was better to work hard and use the score to speak for itself. If your score was high, why would you need a direct enrollment? Meng Wen's face turned red when she heard Yi Qian's words, but she couldn't refute them even if she wanted to. Moreover, she knew that he was reminding her for her own good. She moved her lips and softly said, "I understand, thank you," before walking away awkwardly. Jianghu, who was next to her, was laughing so hard that she couldn't take it anymore. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh and say, "Don't laugh until you're out of breath." Meng Wen was worried and asked me what was so funny about you. No, I'm not laughing at what she asked you. I'm laughing at her probing. Ioyo, how is that probing? She might as well have asked you directly if you would take up a direct enrollment quota. Why are you so funny? Don't be the pot calling the kettle black. You're very funny in my eyes too. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh until his eyes turned into crescents. Meng Wen was a little narrow-minded, but she didn't have a bad heart. When she was awkward, it gave her a headache. When she was petty, it made Lu Xian go crazy. In short, she was an awkward girl. And Jianghu had always known how funny she was in Yi Qian's eyes. She looked at Yi Qian, who was laughing until his eyes were like lines. After a while, she sighed and complained, "It's a pity that you've moved out again. Once you're out, the dorm room's not as fun as it used to be. No, I should say that once I move out, you won't be able to find anyone to teach you about mathematics and physics." Yi Qian pointed at the question left over from the mathematics class and raised her eyebrows. "So, I have to explain this question to you first. You can explain it to whoever wants to after we go back to the dorm tonight." Although they had moved out of the dormitory, Yi Qian was still concerned about the 5 girls in the dormitory. She tried her best to explain to them during the day after class. If they needed her explanation, she would use her spare time during the day to help them as much as possible. With Yi Qian's long-term help, the 5 girls' grades improved at a visible speed. By the time the second year of high school ended, all 5 girls were in the top 30 of the cohort. Yang Yi, Li Qian, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan's parents saw their daughters' grades climb from the bottom to the top. They all went to school on the day they received their notice before the exams and insisted on thanking Yi Qian. The teacher said that as long as their daughters could maintain their grades, they would have no problem getting into the top universities. They didn't have to worry at all. Why did they send their children to the province's #1 middle school? Wasn't it to let their children get into a good school and stand out? Chapter 1053. Now that there was hope, the parents were extremely grateful to Yi Qian. It was also on this day that Jianghu found out that even the chubby and slightly self-abased Li Qian was actually a child of a rich family. Especially Zhang Yuan. According to Zhang Bin, her father's car was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Regarding this, Jianghu really wanted to have a chat with Yi Qian immediately to get over the shock. Jianghu, whose hands were tightly held by Zhang Yuan's mother, had a stiff expression on her face. She tried her best to smile naturally and replied delicately, "Auntie, I will definitely tell Yi Qian when I get back, but I really can't accept your gift on behalf of him. Yi Qian has never thought of getting anything in return for tutoring us. Auntie, you really don't have to stand on ceremony. I've known Yi Qian for 5 years and know him too well. If I accept your gift today, he will definitely punish me to do at least 10 test papers. Auntie, can you bear to see me do 10 test papers? It's too miserable to do homework during the holidays." Jianghu's teasing was not silly, but rather, she had a high EQ. Her words made all the parents laugh. They joked, "That's pretty good. We were hoping that Yi Qian would punish them to do test papers too. Mom, don't put the adult's gift in our dormitory. I already said that Yi Qian wouldn't accept it, but you just had to bring it over." It was snowing heavily in Nan province. Zhang Yuan wore a red down jacket and sat by the bed. She said helplessly, Yi Qian really doesn't need it. You and Dad can take it back. After Zhang Yuan spoke, Lu Lizhen and the other two also asked their parents to bring the gifts back. Looking at the bags of high-end goods in the dormitory, Anjiesen secretly held her forehead. Interacting with a bunch of rich people was really stressful. If she really accepted these gifts and lost one or two items, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. She definitely couldn't accept the gift. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to hand it over to Yi Qian. After the final exams, Yi Qian left the school on the same day. She had already told herself that she would not be coming back to collect the notice, nor would she return to the village. So, she did not know where Yi Qian was now. It was snowing heavily in the southern province, while the sun was shining brightly in Hainan. The sky was blue, the water was clear, and the sunlight shone on the seabirds. There was no hint of winter at all. Yi Qian, who was basking in the warm sun, did not have the chance to enjoy it. The purgatory training had entered the endurance testing phase. They had to complete 6 extremely torturous tests within a set time limit, and they had to achieve an excellent grade in each of the tests. In 25 seconds, the player could crawl 50 meters backward, clear obstacles in 20 seconds, complete a 2,000-meter run in 15 minutes, and swim 150 meters in full gear. After completing these 4 tests, they could not rest. They had to remove their gear within 30 seconds, complete 50 sit-ups and 50 push-ups per minute. Yi Qian did not even frown when she completed the last 6 tests individually. However, after completing the high-intensity tests, her entire body was so sore that she had to lie down on the ground. Even if she were to lie down in a smelly ditch, she could still close her eyes and sleep. You don't have enough stamina. You need to eat more to increase your stamina. After you pass the last 2 tests, girl, you still have to do a 30-kilometer-long rapid march. You have to reach your destination within a set time limit. After completing 50 push-ups, Yi Qian lay down on a bush. Dressed in camouflage, she stared at the blue sky and white clouds. She panted heavily as she answered, 1 week, Uncle Chen. Give me 1 week. I will definitely pass all 6 tests. The winter break was very short. She had to seize every moment to improve herself. Hard work was inevitable, but the rewards would benefit her for the rest of her life. Chapter 1054. Principal Chen turned off the stopwatch, opened the military water bottle, and handed it to Yi Qian. My intensive training is different from normal intensive training. You will need to memorize the location of each province and country, as well as the latitude and longitude of each country. I will also test you on the models, differences, and shooting ranges of the guns and ammunition. Intensive training was not only physical training, but also memory training. Yi Qian got up from the bushes after resting for 2 minutes. His dark eyes were as bright as obsidian. I will follow your instructions. I have rested enough, so I can begin the next step of the training. Let's talk about the classification of maps. Since Major Xia still hopes that you can command, you must know about maps. Headmaster Chen opened a light aluminum folding table that was used for marching. It was 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. He spread out a military map and said in a stern voice, maps can be divided into normal maps and specialized maps. According to their uses, they can be divided into teaching maps, political maps, military maps, flight maps, and so on. Next, I will talk about military maps, which include sea maps, aviation maps, and other specialized maps. Military operations cannot be separated from maps. Maps are used to reflect information about the terrain and landforms. Maps are the eyes of the military. They are a silent guide. No matter what, you must understand them and be able to draw them immediately. You need to have a certain level of knowledge about how to recognize and use maps, as well as 6 basic elements to complete the drawing of a military topographic map. Principal Chen was very knowledgeable, and his teaching was very detailed. His low and deep voice allowed Yi Qian to listen attentively and quickly digest the professional knowledge. The plane Cartesian coordinates on a military map are different from the Cartesian coordinate system in mathematics. The longitude is the vertical axis x, and the equator is the horizontal axis y. Look here. He pointed lightly on a military map with a pencil, indicating for Yi Qian to see it clearly. Here is the vertical axis x, and here is the horizontal axis y. Yi Qian had always absorbed such profound and difficult professional knowledge very quickly. Principal Chen only needed to explain it once and give an example to understand it. Magnetic azimuths are widely used in military operations, artillery, aviation, and navigation. When drawing a military map, you must understand this and be able to clearly mark it. For example, like this. Principal Chen took out a piece of white paper and quickly drew with a pencil. After a while, a simple military map appeared on the white paper. After learning how to draw a military map, you also need to know how to study the map on the map. According to the characteristics of the military units, the mission, the enemy situation, and the weather and season, you need to make a comprehensive analysis, research, and judgment. Only after you understand and grasp everything can you decide on a combat operation. This was the knowledge that a commander needed to know. It was also the ability that a special forces soldier had to possess. Yi Qian listened attentively and was even fascinated. From it, he quickly learned the importance of military map drawing, map analysis, and battle planning. He also knew that terrain analysis had a huge impact on the mobility of the military. You need to know how many railways and roads the entire military would pass through. If there were armored mobility, you need to know how long the bridges were, how wide they were, and how much weight they could bear. Commanders need to know all of these. Only by knowing these, understanding these, and grasping these can you analyze and judge the possibilities of the various military units along the roads and off-road opportunities, as well as logistics, and so on. Only then can you be confident of winning the battle. Chapter 1055. Principal Chen and Xia Jinyuan had an overnight conversation before the winter break. After sending Yi Qian back, Xia Jinyuan took the initiative to look for the world-class sniper and told him about his proposal to train Yi Qian to become an all-around ace soldier. Principal Chen did not object to his proposal at all. He did not even hesitate before agreeing to it. Yi Qian's ability was not just a little bit. The more he spent time with her, the more he could see her outstanding ability and super adaptability. He could also see her tenacity that did not match her delicate appearance. Like a tree, standing tall and proud. Like the sea, vast and boundless. Like a well, unfathomable. The more her teachers taught her, the more they cherished her talent. They wished they could teach her all the best knowledge in the world. Sometimes, they even worried if they could beat her. This was because the speed at which she absorbed knowledge was so fast that it shocked everyone who had taught her. From military maps to military command, and then to military tactics, Yi Qian spent the entire winter vacation going through the hellish training of ice and fire. At the same time, she crazily absorbed the knowledge of the field that she had never been involved in. Principal Chen was amazed by her ability to absorb knowledge, while Yi Qian was amazed by Principal Chen's erudition. Tactics are also known as the art of using troops or the art of command. According to the basic types of combat, tactics can be divided into offensive tactics and defensive tactics. According to the military types, arms, and tactics involved in the tactics, they can be divided into military tactics, troop tactics, and contract tactics. According to the scale of the battle, they can be divided into army tactics, troop tactics, and detachment tactics. After a morning of intensive training, Yi Qian walked into the eastern mountainous area of the central part of Hainan Island. The sun was not above her head, but a drizzle. Wearing a camouflage cloak and raincoat, she sat under a wide banana leaf. Her lips were slightly pursed as she listened attentively to Principal Chen's explanation. In her eyes, Principal Chen, the world-class sniper, was a walking military textbook at this time. Whether it was military tactical knowledge or military command, everything was available to her. Yi Qian was now talking about military and tactical knowledge, and he was extremely interested in the types and styles of combat Wang Chong was talking about. In battle, regardless of whether you are attacking or defending, you should establish the fearless mentality of actively eliminating the enemy, the spirit of not being afraid of sacrifice, and the determination to fight bravely. However, you must remember that the country did not groom you to sacrifice yourself. You must be prepared to sacrifice yourself, but the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy. In any battle, you must pay attention to protecting yourself, especially against the attacks and interference of the enemy's high-tech weapons and equipment. A commander must first be well organized, fully prepared, and know how to judge the situation and fight flexibly. You're commanding from the rear, and there are tens of millions of soldiers charging at the front. Every step they take is based on your decisions. Therefore, even though the commander is at the rear, his responsibility is huge. Remember not to make unrealistic battle arrangements in battle. Once the taboo is violated, it won't be one soldier sacrificing his life, but tens of millions of soldiers. Last Gen, you must always remember that you need to work together in battle. Once your cooperation is destroyed, you must recover in time. You must keep the death rate to a minimum. Only by ensuring comprehensive protection can you guarantee victory. The commander was the soul and brain of the entire army. Without a commander on the battlefield, the army would be like a sheet of loose sand, rushing around randomly without any fighting power. After Yi Qian finished listening to the 1.5-hour lesson, he understood that it was not easy to be a commander. Chapter 1056. It was much easier for a soldier to fight alone than a commander. A soldier could quickly make decisions that were beneficial to his team based on his own judgment, but a commander was different. A commander had to be in control of the overall situation, know how to deploy troops, know how to coordinate, and when there was a disruption, immediately and quickly adjust tactics to ensure victory. After knowing all this, Yi Qian was even more impressed with Xia Jinyuan's ability. At the same time, Yi Qian was a little curious about Principal Chen's past. Such a powerful person, why did he choose to retire? In the past, she naively thought that Uncle Chen was just a world-class sniper, but after this winter's intensive training, she finally understood that the retired soldier in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. How could a world-class sniper who understood military command be simple? Uncle Chen, can I ask you a question? Yi Qian, who had put away the folding stool, asked hesitantly, I want to know, why did you choose to retire? Principal Chen, who had finished putting away the rain cloth, turned around and joked, you held back for so many days before asking. Is it hard for you to hold back? A little, but I was afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate to ask, so I held back. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. So Uncle Chen had already seen through her curiosity and was waiting for her to ask. Since that was the case, did that mean he could tell her? Indeed, he could tell her. It would be good for her to know a little. After Principal Chen smiled, his expression became a little more serious as he recalled the past. After the founding of the People's Republic, our country had always been forming its own special forces. At that time, we weren't considered special forces, we were only considered kings of soldiers. Because our country's first special forces were formed in 1988, and at that time, I had already retired. At that time, the kings of soldiers had to understand things that their comrades didn't. Their bodies had to be strong, and their intelligence had to be superb. They had to be able to cross swamps, walk across icy seas, climb cliffs, destroy packs of wolves, and destroy snake dens. Back then, we didn't have as much high-performance equipment as we do now, so we had to rely on our own abilities. You had to know military command, and you had to understand battle tactics. If you were released, you would be able to lead a regiment into battle. If you were released, you would be able to fight alone and secretly destroy the enemy. About 7 years ago, we went on a big mission. Out of 10 kings, only 4 came back alive. Although I came back alive, my identity was exposed, and I was given the identity of a world-class sniper. This identity wasn't given to me by the country, but was spread internationally. Because of this sudden identity, the military erased my identity after about 3 months of deployment in order to ensure my safety. I became a soldier who sacrificed on the international stage but was actually still alive. I have made too many enemies and exposed my identity. Retiring is the best choice. This paragraph was like a piece of history. It made Yi Jian understand how difficult and cautious the country was at that time. She also understood why it was still keeping a low profile and carefully hiding the military power of the country that was rising day by day. All of this is because we haven't had the best opportunity yet. All of this is because we are different from the developed countries. All of this is because we still need to work hard in secret and wait for the big countries to rise up. And that wasn't too far away. From the launch of satellites, the success of carrier rockets, the appearance of aircraft carriers, autonomous fighter jets, ballistic missile technology, military power was slowly revealed to the world after entering the 20th century. That would be the true rise of a great country. Chapter 1057. After listening for a long time, Yi Qian said softly, "Uncle Chen, did you feel that it was a pity? He was so capable, but he had no choice but to retire. He could have gone further, but in the end, he erased his identity and became the principal of a middle school in town with another identity. Did you feel helpless? Pity?" Principal Chen didn't feel helpless about retiring in such a way. He calmly accepted the army's arrangements. He smiled brightly at Yi Qian. "There's nothing to pity. We will all retire. It's just that it's a little early, but it's not too early. It's only been 10 years since I retired in 1987, and now it's 1997. Although I've retired in these 10 years, I've always done some small things for the army. I've never felt like I've left. It's just a change of position. Besides, if I hadn't retired, I wouldn't have met such a good seedling like you. I don't have any regrets. I have a successor." There was no helplessness, no pity. He just felt a little empty sometimes. Now that he had a successor, how could he feel empty? He would pass on everything he had learned to the next generation, and let the next generation continue to guard this territory. He had no more regrets. With this understanding, Yi Qian understood that what he knew today was the result of his hard work in the past. From the beginning of the purgatory training at the end of November until the winter break in Hainan, a total of 26 days of purgatory training. In less than half a year, Yi Qian was once again reborn. He successfully challenged one physical and mental limit after another. Under Principal Chen's constant pressure, Yi Qian met all 6 standards of endurance training. The 30-kilometer long-distance rapid march was 11 minutes earlier than Principal Chen's estimated time. He reached the passing standard for a Special Forces soldier, and even exceeded it. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. After such intensive training, Yi Qian understood the meaning of this sentence. From the second half of 1997 to the second half of 1998, Yi Qian continued intensive training for a year. His mind and body received a whole new level of training, allowing him to move unswervingly towards his goal. From the second year to the first half of the third year of high school, Yi Qian was about to graduate after sending off Jianghu and the others. On the blackboard was the words, "Countdown to the college entrance examination." With each passing day, it would decrease by 1 day. The atmosphere in the class had always been tense. They were doing their best to prepare for the college entrance examination next year. This year, the results of the provincial first high school's college entrance exam were quite good. There were 12 students who entered Hua University and Shi University. Among them, there were even a few examinees who had been accepted by foreign universities. With heavy capital, no. One middle school in the province achieved the best results in the past years. They successfully suppressed the news of Yao Jing jumping off a building with their own abilities and did not let the reputation of the century-old school be tarnished. Yao Jing's suicide attempt had been brought up from mid-November last year until April this year. Even though she had ended up in the juvenile detention center, many parents still felt that the school was responsible for this and that it was the school that did not teach this student well. Just as Xia Jinyuan had said, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and Mother Yao did not press charges. Mother Yao found a lawyer and prepared for about 3 days. Very soon, something unexpected happened. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly implicated Mother Yao in the corruption case. It also exposed that she had forced a girl to leave for her daughter Yao Jing. The investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection resulted in Mother Yao and her daughter being imprisoned. Chapter 1058. Although Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was fine, he was more or less affected. He was transferred from the provincial government to a city. He no longer had the power he had before, and it was difficult for him to return to his previous peak. Yi Qian didn't pay much attention to these things. She focused on intensive training. Other than the 6 hours of sleep every night, the rest of her time was very full. After learning, she trained non-stop, one training after another. She crawled forward in the mud, flipped in the waves, ran and climbed non-stop. When the summer vacation came, she ran all over the world. She ran to Xia Jinyuan twice, but failed. He didn't even know where she was training, and there was no news of her. This result was not surprising to him. As a Special Forces soldier, they had only spent a short time together. It was impossible for them to be in a relationship all day long. They had the same pursuit, the same dream, and the same goal. Separation wouldn't make them feel tired because they knew that she and he were constantly working hard. In the winter of 1998, Yi Qian, a third-year high school student, sat in the classroom to discuss a math problem with Jiasun, Li Qian, and Yang Yi. She was improving, and so were Jiasun and the rest. Moreover, these 5 former roommates had all become good students in the grade. Whether it was a major exam or a minor exam, their individual results would always be in the top 15 of the grade. There were a total of 6 in the dormitory. One would always be at the top, and the other 5 would occupy the top 15 places in the grade. They had also become the school's legend. At this moment, Ms. Tong was smiling helplessly at Principal Chow. Even I, as a teacher, don't dare to look into Yi Jian's eyes. Her gaze is as sharp as a sword, scaring me so much that I don't dare to say anything harsh. Our school shouldn't pay too much attention to her. As long as her results are still there, everything is fine. Although Principal Chow didn't know what Yi Qian was doing in private, he was sure of one thing. Old Chen had said that her goal was to enter the military academy. Other than that, there was no other choice. West University called me again. They want to give the last direct enrollment spot to Yi Qian. You'll have to take the college entrance examination in the first half of next year. Why don't you talk to Yi Qian? Let her accept such a direct recruitment quota? Ever since last year's midterm exams, Tsinghua University and West University had been contacting the provincial first high school in order to snatch Yi Qian to their school. Heavy snow began to fall outside. The 1998 winter seemed to have arrived much earlier than the 1997 winter. The first snow was also much heavier than the 1997 winter. Holding a porcelain cup filled with hot water, Principal Chow pondered for a moment before saying, "We can't delay this any longer. We need Yi Qian to give us a clear answer. How about this afternoon? Tell her to come to my office for a chat." It was nearing the last midterm exam for the 3rd year of high school. It was time to give the school an answer regarding Yi Qian. Not only did Teacher Tong not dare to look into Yi Qian's eyes, but Principal Chow was also the same. There were a few times when he accidentally bumped into her, and he would be shocked by the sharpness in her eyes. With Principal Chow's help, Teacher Tong felt a little relieved and left the principal's office, waiting for noon to come. My college entrance exam application? Yi Qian, who was sitting in the principal's office, was slightly surprised. Isn't it only next year? Why do they have to apply now? She still didn't understand why the school wanted to know her college entrance exam application in advance. She also didn't know that Tsinghua University and West University were fighting for her. Principal Chow smiled and said, "Tsinghua University and West University have always wanted to give you the direct enrollment quota. I'm asking you on behalf of the two schools. What do you think?" Chapter 1059. Yi Qian didn't know that Tsinghua University and West University wanted to give her a direct admission spot. She always thought that this matter was over. After all, it had been more than a year since she last saw the teachers from Tsinghua University and West University. She didn't expect that this matter wasn't over yet. The schools didn't give her a reply either. After thinking for a while, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "I can only thank the teachers from the two schools for thinking so highly of me. I don't plan on applying to Tsinghua University or West University, and I definitely don't plan on taking a direct admission." Her words surprised Teacher Tong. She quickly advised, "Yi Qian, the opportunity is right in front of you. All you need to do is nod your head. Why don't you think about taking a direct admission? Tsinghua University and West University are the most famous universities in our country. They have many talents in the fields of science, academia, economics, and so on. It can be said that every student is proud to get into Tsinghua University or West University. I don't understand why you would give up an opportunity that others dream of. Is there some unspeakable addiction? Or do you have other plans? Thoughts of going abroad?" If Yi Qian had plans to go abroad, Teacher Tong definitely wouldn't stop her. More importantly, she had never seen Yi Qian have any plans to go abroad. Lu Lizhen and Yang Yi, for example, had plans to go abroad in the second half of their second year of high school. If Yi Qian didn't plan on going abroad, then what was the reason? Principal Chow didn't ask immediately. His gaze was slightly dim, as if he was thinking about something. When he went to Fujian Town High School that year, Old Chen said, "This child's goal is a little different, but she will definitely be willing to fight for the glory of our country." A little different goal? Just how different was Yi Qian's goal? "You probably don't plan on going abroad." Principal Chow, who had been silent for a while, spoke. His voice was slightly restrained, and he spoke with a serious tone. "Yi Qian, are you sure you want to give up on Tsinghua University and West University's direct admission spots? So easily giving up an opportunity that others dream of." He really wanted to know why Yi Qian would give up on it. Tsinghua University and West University, which family's child got in? They would set off firecrackers and throw banquets to celebrate. There were only 2 spots for direct recruitment from Tsinghua University and Shi University in the entire province. One spot was given to a boy from Class 2, and the other was waiting for Yi Qian's approval. Yi Qian had always been very clear about his goals. Without any hesitation, he smiled and said, "Last year, when I found out that Tsinghua University and Shi University had direct enrollment quotas, I gave up. Or rather, I never considered those 2 schools. Shida University is one of the most famous institutions of higher learning in China and even in Asia. It has a history of over 100 years and has produced countless great people and academic masters. As for Tsinghua University, it is the only university in the history of our country to have been established as the nation's top institution of higher learning. It is a majestic institution, and a university like this is definitely the university that every student in the country dreams of attending. I'm very grateful to the teachers of the 2 schools for thinking so highly of me, but it's true that this is not my personal goal. Since the second year of junior high school, my goal has only been to work hard to get into the National Science University. After so many years, it hasn't changed. Principal Chow, Teacher Tong, I'm willing to give up the direct enrollment quota and give it to students who really need it and have the ability to enter the 2 universities." Yi Qian's words caused the office to fall silent. Teacher Tong's gaze was already sizing up Yi Qian from head to toe. She had heard Yi Qian say that he wanted to apply for the National Science University. Every year, there would be students from the century-old provincial first high school who were admitted to the military school. However, students who were admitted to the National Science University were extremely rare. There wouldn't even be one in a few years. Chapter 1060. If she remembered correctly, it had been 4 years since the last batch of students who got into the National University of Science and Technology. Plus, all of the students who got into the National University of Science and Technology were male. There wasn't a single female student. Yi Qian wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. She had taught a few batches of graduates, but this was the first time she heard a girl say that she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. Teacher Tong looked at Yi Qian not because she was suspicious, but because she wanted to see if Yi Qian was really determined. She said she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. With her current results, it wasn't difficult. On the other side, Principal Chao asked with interest, Yi Qian, is this your personal decision? Or did someone suggest that you give up on the 2 famous schools and get into the National University of Science and Technology? Old Chen was a retired soldier and took good care of Yi Qian. He raised her like she was his own daughter. If he had any suggestions, Yi Qian would definitely listen to them. In the past, I really didn't think about getting into the National University of Science and Technology. I didn't even dare to think about going to high school. Later, it was all thanks to Uncle Chen's advice that I didn't muddle through my days. I was also influenced by Uncle Chen. From then on, I set the National University of Science and Technology as my goal. It has never changed. This is the only university I want to get into. From the moment she set her goal, she had worked hard for this goal for so many years. She even put aside her hatred for Yi Zhifan's family and worked hard to improve herself. Now, she was only half a year away from her goal. She had put in so much effort, and there was still a very important person waiting for her to get into the National University of Science and Technology and wear the military uniform. No matter how tempting the enrollment conditions of Tsinghua University and West University were, it couldn't shake her determination. Good, very good. Yi Qian, it has been 7 years since our school's last female student got into the National University of Science and Technology. We will wait for your good news in next year's college entrance exam. Principal Chao absolutely supported Yi Qian's decision. He even thought that she wouldn't have any problems getting into the National University of Science and Technology. Yi Qian, who could usually score 723 points and above, would have no problem applying to the National University of Science and Technology of China. If there was no problem with his score, there would be no problem with his body and character. Teacher Tong didn't say much. She just smiled and patted Yi Qian's shoulder. Her kind smile was filled with encouragement. She said softly, work hard and work towards your goal. One day, you will definitely get what you want. Teacher is also looking forward to seeing you walk into the military academy and put on that solemn and sacred military uniform. I will. I will definitely get what I want. Yi Jian smiled. Her brows were as bright and beautiful as the sun. She was so confident and so proud. Her black eyes seemed to be filled with a vast sea of stars, resplendent and bright. Teacher Tong and Principal Chao were both waiting for the day when Yi Qian, the confident Yi Qian, would get what she wanted. Yi Qian, who gave up on the direct enrollment spot for Hua University and Shi University, caused another stir in the provincial first high school. In the end, the spot that he gave up didn't go to any other student, but was directly lost. When Meng Wen found out, the usually proud and arrogant girl had tears in her eyes. She ran to Yi Qian's desk and supported herself with both hands. Her breathing was a little heavy as she asked, Yi Qian, did you give up on the direct enrollment spot because you promised me last year that you wouldn't take up the direct enrollment spot? After a year of being together, even Meng Wen, who had always secretly competed with Yi Qian in her studies, had to admit that Yi Qian was definitely a girl who kept her promises. As long as she promised something, she would do it no matter how difficult it was. Chapter 1061. Seeing the guilt in Meng Wen's eyes, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. Why are you crying for no reason? I didn't promise you anything. I just wanted to tell you that I really didn't want the direct enrollment spots from the two schools. I didn't before, and of course I don't now. Then he sighed regretfully. Sigh, I thought that after I gave up, the direct enrollment spots would be given to other students. Who knew that they would be lost? It really wasn't because of me? Meng Wen quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and pursed her lips. If it wasn't because of me, I wouldn't have apologized to you. Yi Qian shook his head. It really wasn't because of you. Again, I think you should know that you don't have the face to make me give up the direct enrollment spots for you. After saying that, Yi Qian laughed to himself. Meng Wen's face flushed red. She glared at Yi Qian in embarrassment and annoyance before swinging her ponytail and leaving proudly. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said in an awkward voice, "So what if you gave up? With your grades, you can choose any school in the country. Also, don't tell other students that I asked you those questions last year." This was the awkward and narrow-minded Meng Wen, but she didn't have any bad intentions. With her, him, and them, her high school life was so rich and colorful. Even after graduation, she would still miss them often. She missed the laughter that she had never experienced in her previous life. With their existence, she had one less regret in this life. Yi Qian wanted to apply to the University of Science and Technology. In the end, she only told Jianghu and told her that she had already decided since the second year. This shocked Jianghu so much that her eyes widened at least twice. Fuck. She was still wondering if she could get into the same university as Jane Eyre. When she saw her grades, she thought that she would definitely succeed. But in the end, it was like a bolt from the blue. Getting into a military school. Was it too late for her to work hard now? After being provoked, Jianghu studied even more fiercely, causing the entire dormitory to follow suit. When the final results for the third year of high school came out, all 5 girls were in the top 10 of the grade. Luckily, the 5 of them didn't take the exam in the same exam hall. Otherwise, with each one of their scores being 5 points lower than the other, the whole school would suspect cheating. Grade 12 Class 1's outstanding results left Grade 12 Class 2 and Grade 12 Class 3 in the dust. Grade 12 Class 1 took half of the top 50 places, and the other half took the top 100 places. This year's Grade 12 Class 1 graduates made Principal Chow faintly feel that this year's graduation number 1 high school. Or maybe they would forever be the strongest Grade 12 Class 1. At this time, Yi Qian's China's Tsin's SSS, SSS, SSSST, SSS. A lot. Hers SSS's, STS, sheets. The rain was so heavy that walking became a problem. In order to avoid mudslides, she chose to camp at a high place and wait for the rain to stop before moving along the ridge. That's right, 500 kilometers. She needed to complete it within 15 days and reach Principal Chen's. Chapter 1062. If it was just a simple journey of 15 days, there would be no problem at all. But here came the main point. Not only were there poisonous snakes and leeches in this area, there were also drug and money trading scenes. Principal Chen said that there were often fights in this area, and sometimes there were even border and drug enforcement officers. She had not encountered drug trading scenes or border and drug enforcement officers yet, but she had seen plenty of poisonous snakes and leeches. Leeches were especially common during rainy seasons. No matter how tightly bandaged her body was, she had already been bitten twice on her neck. By the time she felt pain in her neck, it was usually full of blood. With a slap, its black and slippery body, which was at least twice the size of a leech, had already been sucked until it was round and round. With a military dagger, she could see the 2 twisted halves of its body. The bright red blood disappeared as soon as it was washed away by the rain. After dealing with the leeches, there would still be giant pythons. This type of snake was usually not a problem as long as one avoided it, but if one really encountered one, it was inevitable that one would be shocked. Looking at the python that was entrenched with the ancient vines, Yi Qian had to pay attention to her surroundings while keeping an eye on it. When the rain stopped, the python began to leave the ancient vines and slithered into the depths of the forest. In the rainforest, humans could also become python food. The rain was still dripping. Yi Qian put away the raincloth and wiped away the traces she left behind. She took the compass and continued on her way. At around 4 in the afternoon, there was suddenly the sound of dogs barking not far away. Yi Qian did not hesitate at all. She climbed up a tree with both hands and held her breath to prevent being discovered by the dogs. Dogs had a very sensitive sense of smell. When Yi Qian heard the dogs barking from afar, her heart skipped a beat. She was not afraid of the border police's drug detection dogs, but she was afraid of encountering drugs. The dogs that were used to prevent the border police from trading. Without stopping on a tree, Yi Qian carefully maintained her balance and stepped on a branch. Then she slowly jumped onto a tree in front of her. If she walked on top, even if the dogs smelled her, she would have enough time to escape. Soon, a group of people in camouflage walked into her sight. The light was too dim, and it had just rained. The mist in the rainforest was thick, so Yi Qian could not immediately determine if the camouflage was the border police or someone else. "Captain Liu, the aura has disappeared," someone said in a low voice. Then, he took out a piece of cloth for the sniffer dog to sniff. After a while, the man who spoke said, something's wrong with the scent." Of course, something was wrong. The people chasing after her were not the same person. Wrong target. He went south. This is the north. Their figures were hidden behind the leaves of the rainforest. Yi Qian could only hear them whispering a few words before the sniffer dog barked again and headed north. Avoiding these specially trained dogs was also a necessary skill for a special forces soldier. Yi Qian stayed still in the tree for at least an hour. When he heard no more barking, he turned on the dim light and unfolded the military map. She needed to pinpoint her exact location. She had just heard the border police say that they should be chasing after the target, and her appearance had led the anti-drug dog to the wrong target. After checking her location, Yi Qian put the map back into the waterproof bag. She quickly jumped down from the tree with the sharp dagger in her mouth. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. Yi Qian used the luminous guide to move in the right direction again. She still needed to march for another 4 hours. Chapter 1063. Yi Qian had all the necessary equipment for a night march. Not only did he have night gear, but he also had equipment for individual combat. Personal protection, survival protection, weapons, and night vision equipment were all on Yi Qian. They were even more well-equipped than the anti-narcotics police at the border that they encountered at around 4 o'clock. Yi Qian fixed the night vision goggles and carried the domestic QBU sniper rifle with a caliber of 5.8 mm and an effective shooting range of 1,000 meters. He was expected to arrive at tonight's shelter by 9 o'clock in the evening. The road she was taking now was Xia Jinyuan's wilderness survival route. The training she went through during the winter break was also the training that Xia Jinyuan had gone through. There was no change at all. Tonight's resting place was also where he used to rest. It was a man-made cave that was not wide, but it was enough for her to sleep tonight. The 4-hour walk was extremely difficult. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, it started raining heavily again. Fortunately, it was winter and there was no thunder or lightning. Otherwise, she would have to be careful of being struck by lightning. After walking for about an hour, Yi Qian saw a piece of cloth that was caught by thorns in the green world. Like a slingshot, Yi Qian instantly dashed behind a tree and slowly approached the bush. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly after taking off the torn cloth to take a look. The cloth that had been washed by the rain still had a faint smell of blood. Looking at the situation in this area, a large area of bushes had been trampled down. Judging from the area that had been trampled down, there were no less than 5 people staying here. Yi Qian then looked at an unknown tree and saw traces of a newly cut branch. He then looked at the cloth that had a faint smell of blood. There were sewing locks on both sides of the cloth. It did not look like it was torn from a shirt, but more like it was torn from the corner of a pants. He then picked up a few small branches that had been cut off and a small pile of freshly cut bark. There was blood, fabric at the corner of a pants, freshly cut branches, and freshly cut bark. Someone's leg was injured and they had to walk with their legs spread. The traces left behind were not erased. Either they were in a hurry, or they did not have the awareness to erase the traces. The border police they had encountered before could be ruled out. They would not have left such obvious traces. Even if they had rested midway, they would have smoothed it out when they left. No one was injured. At least when she saw the small team, no one was injured. It can't be, right? You're so lucky that you've bumped into some of the people they're after. Yi Qian muttered softly. He put the torn cloth back in its original position, and then made a slight change. He tied a knot. Then, he found some gravel elsewhere and placed it in a way that the armed police could understand. After everything was done, Yi Qian erased the traces he had left behind, put on his raincoat, and marched again. About 10 minutes later, the sound of dogs barking could be heard from the mountains. Not long after, a group of border anti-narcotics police wearing camouflage raincoats appeared where Yi Qian had stopped. "Captain Liu, over here." An armed police officer in charge of reconnaissance pointed at the cloth tied to a bush, and then pointed at the gravel under the cloth. "Slipknot, number of people. Our people have been here." A man who was not burly, even thin, walked over. He was not of good height, but his whole body was thin and cold. He removed the slipknot with his slightly thick fingers and looked at the gravel on a few wide leaves. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "It's not one of our people. Someone discovered it and left a mark to guide us." Chapter 1064. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, not one of our people? Could it be one of our patrol brothers? Doesn't look like it. Liu Dui took off the cloth and put it to the sniffer dog's nose to sniff. He saw the sniffer dog running in the direction where Yi Qian disappeared. Liu Dui quickly raised his hand, and a group of 7 people quickly followed. It wasn't one of their patrol brothers, and it wasn't one of their people either. Someone had been here before and had discovered the abnormality here. They had left some clues for them. Perhaps it could be understood that someone was helping them. Who was helping them? It was so late at night, and it was raining. Who would appear in this rainforest where drug dealers roamed and danger lurked everywhere? They couldn't be sure if it was one of their people, and they couldn't be sure if the person who left the clues was safe. They didn't erase the traces of the drug dealers, but instead left it for them to discover. Perhaps it was safe for them. It was already late at night, and the border police pursuing the drug dealers were still walking in the dense rainforest with their sniffing dogs. The rain-soaked leaves swept across their bodies, faces, and hands, leaving behind rainwater and small cuts on their faces and hands. Yi Qian, who was walking along the mountain ridge, didn't stop. At this moment, she stepped on the dense shrubs and walked in a world of green. Even the rainwater had turned into green lines, splashing down in front of her eyes. There was no light in the rainforest at night. As she walked through the uneven growth of the forest, her military boots stepped on the shrubs. Even the sound of her walking was muffled by the sound of the rain. Did they take the same route? I can see the traces they left behind along the way. Bending down, Yi Qian pushed aside the low bushes and leaves, leaving a clear mark on the green leaves, which were left on the moist mountain soil. She smiled slightly and held the sniper rifle in her hand. She took out a sterile gauze from the first aid kit and tied a knot on the shrubs. As long as the border police didn't give up on the search, they would definitely find the clues she left behind. When he found out that he was going to take the enhanced survival route that Xia Jinyuan had trained him, Uncle Chen even joked that he would be like Major Xia when he encountered a group of drug dealers who were in the middle of a transaction. Xia Jinyuan's 15-day march ended with 2 extra days, making it 17 days. They spent 2 days following the drug dealers to their manufacturing site and inadvertently helped the border police force to destroy a large drug manufacturing site. He encountered them, but he didn't expect her to encounter them as well. The only difference was that this group of people had already been discovered and were now on the run. After leaving behind the markings, Yi Qian continued to carry the heavy sniper rifle on his back and walked alone in the endless forest. There was not a trace of fear on her face. She walked extremely calmly and fearlessly. She walked on the ridge that Xia Jinyuan had once walked on without any hesitation. On a mountain road about 20 kilometers away from Yi Qian, the group of 5 had no choice but to stop running because of the rain. They hid under the leaves to take shelter from the rain. "Brother Hong, there are still dozens of kilometers to go. When can our people come to help us?" The person who spoke in Mandarin with a local accent. He spoke very quickly and looked around as he spoke. From his expression, it was obvious that he was afraid. For anyone, the fear of the unknown was present at night. Walking on the same mountain road during the day and at night would greatly change one's mental and psychological state. For these fugitives, not only did they have to face the unknown dangers of the night, but they also had to face the danger of being caught at any time. Chapter 1065. A bald man held a makeshift walking stick with one hand. He used his mouth to catch the rainwater and said, "Soon. My men will only come after we pass this part of the road. Don't worry and follow me. You can make as much money as you want in the future." The 5 of them had one thing in common: they were all bald. The leader, who was called Brother Hong, had a special identity. He was the breakthrough point of a big case for the anti-narcotics police. He had successfully broken out of prison when he went out for medical treatment. He had done it very easily, which surprised Brother Hong himself. The other 4 bald men who followed him had just been released from prison a few days ago. For their own dreams of getting rich, they once again walked together with Brother Hong, who they had known for a long time. They only hoped that they could make a fortune in the future. Brother Hong's foot had been hit by a bullet. The bullet was still stuck in his bone and could not be removed. He had only tied it up with his prison uniform and did not do anything simple. He had been on the run all this time. After he finished speaking, he lowered his eyes. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. These people. None of them could be left alive. When he escorted him to the place where his brothers would pick him up, all of them would have to be dealt with. He had promised them well, but in reality, he was just drawing a hungry pancake. After resting for less than 10 minutes, the group of 5 had to continue walking. No matter how tired they were, they had to continue. If they did not, they might lose their lives. The nerves and bodies of the 5 people were extremely tense. Facing the heavy rain and the dark rainforest, fear spread like radiation in their brains. They endured tremendous psychological pressure and hurried on. The fugitives had to continue no matter how scared they were. Yi Qian, who was marching on a rainy night, also had to continue walking. 4 hours and 2 hours had passed. They were 1 hour late to the place where they could rest, which meant that they had 1 less hour of sleep tonight. They could only move forward to reach their destination. The rain became heavier again. Yi Qian wiped the rainwater off his night vision goggles. Like a ghost in the rainforest, he passed through the trees and shrubs. Yi Qian, who only had one locator on him, had not spoken to anyone for a few days since he entered the rainforest. He was either faced with poisonous snakes or leeches. Furthermore, he was drenched in the rain every day. Yi Qian's behavior was very normal. There were no abnormalities. He maintained a calm mind to calmly analyze the things that he encountered and the environment he faced. Just like now, normal people would have an instinctive fear in the face of darkness, scream in the face of danger, and faint in the face of something that suddenly appeared. He would think of dangers that he wouldn't have thought of during the day, and he would also bear psychological pressure that he didn't have during the day. Most people would not deliberately try to win. It was very likely that they would choose to avoid it. Usually, they would think, I won't take the mountain road at night anymore. This was the thought of a normal person, the most normal thought. But for Yi Qian, for the special forces, there was no turning back. They could only move forward. No matter how scared they were, they had to move forward. Not only that, they had to overcome their fear of the dark. They could not let fear overtake them. This was Yi Qian's progress. Step by step, he made solid progress. There were no shortcuts. He had to rely on himself to overcome one obstacle after another. Using his own hard work in exchange for a different life, Yi Qian had used his own blood and sweat to lay the foundation for his future achievements. Wind could not shake him, rain could not stain him. After more than a year of intensive training, Yi Qian's mental and physical qualities were far superior to his peers. Marching at night had become an essential part of Yi Qian's daily routine. When he encountered difficulties, he would overcome them with determination, and when he encountered danger, he would resolve it calmly. Chapter 1066. For example, right now, facing the 5 figures resting in front of him, Yi Qian quietly hid behind a tree, using the leaves as cover to observe their movements. The 5 of them were all bald. They sat together, and from time to time, it could be seen from their faces that they were all tense. Their eyes kept darting around, and they looked restless. These people were probably the people the border police were looking for. The leaves rustled from the rain, and their voices intermittently reached Yi Qian's ears. Brother Hong, how much longer do we have? Can you at least give us a definite answer? We've been walking for a day, and we still haven't arrived. There's a lot of rain and snakes in the mountains, and we're all tired and hungry. If this goes on, we'll collapse before we even get here. Yes, Brother Hong. Give us a definite answer. Sometimes you say they're just ahead, and sometimes you say they're not far away. We've been walking for a day, and we're all worried and uneasy. Brother Hong, are you sure someone will come to pick us up? Brother Hong, the 4 of us are sincerely following you. Once you tell us, someone will come to pick us up. We'll follow you without hesitation. You've seen our sincerity, but Brother Hong, you should at least show us your sincerity, right? The 4 bald men spoke one after another as they surrounded the man in the middle. Yi Qian didn't immediately move away. He quietly waited for the man in the middle to reply. The sound of the rain was very loud. In order not to miss any sound, the bold Yi Qian gently moved forward about half a meter, and then slowly lay down in the bushes. She glanced around faintly to avoid being noticed by others. Brother Hong's leg was infected, and he had a slight fever. Hearing that the 4 of them wanted to hear his reply, Brother Hong sighed. Do the 4 of you not believe me? We really need to hurry, and my people are indeed waiting for me to return. Why didn't I ask my people to come to the hospital to pick me up? It's very simple. I sent a letter out when I was in prison, and I'll return to the village one day. I'll continue to lead my brothers to make a fortune. If you trust me, you can continue to follow me. If you don't, I won't force you to stay. You can choose to leave now. The 4 baldies were all arrested because they were helping others to carry drugs. Why did they follow Brother Hong? It was because they had heard of Brother Hong's name before they were arrested. He knew that this person possessed a poison vein. But now that no one had come to help them after so long, they couldn't help but wonder if the poison vein in Brother Hong's hands had all been wiped out by the armed police. After he finished speaking, a younger bald man suddenly said excitedly, Brother Hong, why you? You mean to take us to the place where you left the big goods? You'll take us there directly? Of course, the 4 of you sent me out. How can I not show some sincerity? Brother Hong's Mandarin also had a local accent. It was a Sichuan accent that could not be distinguished. He sighed. He really did look sincere. The young man seemed to know something, and his expression became more and more excited. Yi Qian could only hear him saying, "Thank you, Brother Hong. Thank you, Brother Hong. I'll follow Brother Hong from now on. Thank you, Brother Hong. Thank you, Brother Hong." Brother Hong waved his hand. "You guys risked everything to save me. I definitely have to thank you. I'll rest for a few minutes first. We'll continue our journey later." "Okay, okay. You rest, you rest." The young man looked as if he had seen a rain of money. He immediately treated Brother Hong as if he was his ancestor. Chapter 1067. His actions confused the other three. At least, Yi Qian was still confused when he saw them wiping the rainwater off their faces. When the younger bald man beckoned them to the side and whispered a few words to them, they all became excited. Yi Qian, who focused his attention on Brother Hong, smirked. The four of them turned their backs to him and whispered. Brother Hong, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and glanced over. Yi Qian could see the obvious murderous intent on his face. They didn't leave, and neither did Yi Qian. This route was the fastest route in the entire rainforest. If she went off the right path, she wouldn't be able to reach the campsite tonight. 10 minutes later, Brother Hong stood up with the help of his crutches. Wearing the raincoat he bought in the market, he continued walking. Yi Qian followed beside them. Occasionally, he could hear Brother Hong instructing the other four which way they should go. Yi Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just like her. The border between the two countries had always been the area with the most drug trafficking. It was normal to encounter drug trafficking in the rainforest. It was close to the end of the year. Criminals from all walks of life wanted to make a fortune before the new year. Drug trafficking was risky, but it was the easiest way to make money. People who wanted to make a fortune every day would take the risk. If they were always on the same side, Yi Qian still hoped that the border anti-narcotics police could find them as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Lu Dui led the team to the place where the five of them were resting. "Look around. Let De Jiao rest for a while." De Jiao was the name of the anti-narcotics dog. It was a member of the team. Lu Dui, on the other hand, was looking around to see if there were any new marks. Soon, his gaze fell on a bunch of vines that had been deliberately wrapped around a few times. He looked around carefully and saw the marks left by Yi Qian. At the bottom of the tree was a newly carved arrow. Under the arrow was a 5-pointed star. Lu Dui's eyes narrowed. He reached out and touched the moss growing on the roots of the tree. Sure enough, he saw a very small 5-pointed star. At the bottom was a small sword and the number 1. They really were on the same side. They knew the border anti-narcotics police's secret code. How could there be someone else? The higher-ups had arranged for them to be the only group to keep a close eye on the situation. It was impossible for there to be other brothers keeping a close eye on the situation. Furthermore, it was even more impossible for them to keep a close eye on the situation alone. What was that all about? Who else was following him? Captain Lu erased the traces left behind and led the team forward. They were not too far away from the target, but they were not too close either. He didn't pay much attention to who was in front of him. As long as he was sure that it was one of his brothers, he felt a little more at ease. Let's see if there are any markings. An hour later, Lu Dui saw a set of signals. There was a row of 1 engraved at the bottom of the root. The first 1 was slightly longer, and the last 4 1s were slightly shorter, but the length was the same. As for the string of 1s below, there was no pattern to it. Lu Dui couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Interesting. Using numbers to transmit information. The longest 1 represented Brother Hong. The next 4 ones meant that there were 4 people around him. The last string of ones meant that Brother Hong had reinforcements. The brothers in front of them seemed to be following them very closely. They clearly heard everything that Brother Hong said. Although this provided them with timely information about Brother Hong's whereabouts, if they followed so closely, they wouldn't be able to provide immediate support if there was any danger. Chapter 1068. Fortunately, they could confirm that Brother Hong and the other 4 didn't carry any guns or ammunition. At most, they had a dagger. They couldn't follow too closely. They were still casting a long line to catch a big fish. The brothers in front had to take care of themselves. After that, Captain Lu received more information. While they were still guessing the other party's identity, they didn't find any clues left behind in the next 2 hours. They didn't even find any traces left behind by the target. There were no signs of fighting. Did that mean the brother in front had left alone again? But because he saw it, he left a mark to see if the border police would notice. And if he left this signal, he could guess whether the border police would see it or not. This brother probably guessed the identity of the Brother Hong, who was wearing a prisoner's uniform. How could a normal person wear a prisoner's uniform and walk away? No more marks. Captain Lu, there are no signs of fighting. Nothing should have happened. After the scout finished checking the surroundings, he wiped the rain off his face and said in a low voice, either he left alone first, or he didn't plan on leaving any more marks. Captain Lu pulled his rain hat down a little and glanced at the similarly green world. He said in a low voice, it should be the brothers from other units who are involved in wilderness survival. They noticed the situation and gave us a heads up. There are no signs of fighting. Don't worry about it. Keep moving forward. Yi Qian didn't follow them. She had just arrived at the place where she could rest for the night. Naturally, she didn't need to follow them. Moreover, she felt that the border police seemed to be deliberately lagging behind, following them at a moderate pace. In the end, there wasn't even the sound of the sniffer dog. It was as if the barking earlier had deliberately disturbed Brother Hong and made them run for their lives. The man-made hole was just big enough for one person to curl up and rest. Yi Jian already had experience in sleeping outside at night. She knew what the first step was and what the second step was. First, he used the rain curtain to block the wind and rain. Then, he laid out the moisture-proof mattress and sprinkled some repellent powder around the entrance of the cave. After the simple protective measures were done, he placed the most important sniper rifle inside the cave. Finally, he could go to sleep before 11 o'clock. The rain fell on the rain curtain. The pitter-patter didn't disturb Yi Qian's sleep, but she was quickly woken up. Someone was still moving forward in the rain. Their footsteps were fast but not messy. Their breathing was relatively stable. Yi Qian's mind flashed with the border police team they had met earlier. Calculating the time, it was still less than half an hour before Brother Hong and the others left. He had really calculated the time and maintained a distance of less than half an hour. Yi Qian did not interfere with the border police anymore. They must have seen the message she left behind. If she stayed any longer, she might confuse them even more and tell them that the target they were pursuing had reinforcements, so there was no need for her to leave any more messages. Yi Qian only slept for 6 hours. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian had already packed his luggage and set off again in the humid rainforest. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at the teleportation coordinates. He turned on the locator and sent his location to Principal Chen. This was the military's positioning coordinates. As long as the signal from the locator was sent out, it would be able to accurately pinpoint his location. Yi Qian took her first sip of water since she woke up in the morning and ate a piece of hardtack. She only had 5 minutes to rest before her slender figure entered the endless rainforest in the blink of an eye. After walking for about 15 kilometers, Yi Qian hugged his sniper rifle and jumped into a nearby bush like a slingshot. There was the smell of gunpowder and blood. Chapter 1069. Yi Qian was now more sensitive to the smell of rust in the blood and the faint mixture of gases in the smoke. Even if there was a faint odor in the humid air, Yi Qian would still be able to detect it. Yi Qian, who had hidden herself well, didn't immediately move. Only when she thought she could get closer to the smell of blood did she cautiously move forward. It wasn't strange for the smell of blood to appear in the rainforest, but if there was also the smell of smoke, then she needed to be careful. Especially when she was walking on the mountain ridge between the two countries. Yesterday, she even encountered a group of escaped drug dealers, so she needed to be even more careful. If it was any other time, Yi Qian would judge whether or not she should go and investigate based on the situation, but this time, she had to go and investigate. Brother Hong had previously said that he had reinforcements and wanted to kill the 4 bald men who were escaping with him. This was enough to prove that he had reinforcements and that someone had helped him get rid of the 4 bald men. And there was only a small group of border police officers chasing after them. If they really went against the reinforcements of Brother Hong, Yi Qian wasn't sure how high the chances of the border police officers winning were. She still didn't feel at ease, so she still needed to go and confirm. Yi Jianjian walked to a side of the mountain that was covered by shrubs due to the trees growing in the shade. Yi Jianjian saw a pair of crooked feet looming in the bushes. After the battle, the bushes were filled with the smell of death. The surroundings were very quiet, not even the sound of insects or birds. It was a deathly silence. Yi Qian completely hid herself in the bushes as she moved forward. When she got close to the location of the pair of feet, Yi Qian let out a sigh of relief. There was a black, fireball-like tattoo on the neck of the deceased. Just from this point alone, she was sure that this wasn't the border police officers. In the bushes, Yi Qian picked up a bullet. It was China's own 5.8mm bullet, used in the Type 87, which was the rifle that the border police officers were issued. There were a total of 6 corpses around the area. Their necks had a tattoo that looked like a fireball. They were all killed by Type 87, assault, rifle bullets. Looking at the time, the gunfight that took place here was about 3 hours ago. It was now 8:40 in the morning, and the gunfight would take place around 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. There were 3 hours between the gunfight and the gunfight. Based on the soldiers' speed, as long as they kept moving forward, they would be at least 35 kilometers away from her. However, based on the current situation, she was afraid that she would be. Before Yi Qian could finish his thoughts, a bird flew out of the mountain and soared into the sky. 1 second, Yi Qian was still deep in thought. The next second, she plunged into the rainforest and headed towards the direction where the mountain birds had fled. Although it was not raining today, the air in the mountains was extremely humid. Yi Qian climbed to a high spot and climbed up the tree like an agile monkey. Under the cover of the leaves, he saw a figure running left and right among the branches and leaves. He picked up the sniper rifle and adjusted the scope to the maximum. From the scope, he could still see a figure chasing after him. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots were fired. The figure running at the front fired 2 blind shots behind him, trying to force the opponent to hide temporarily and buy time for himself to escape. The figure chasing after him was the border police officers. The one who fired the shot was the one Yi Qian saw a familiar black fireball tattoo on his collar. Without hesitation, he aimed the sniper rifle at the opponent's right hand. She didn't need to open or close one eye to shoot. She only needed to focus and aim at the target to accurately complete the shot. Chapter 1070. The gunshot rang out again. The man with the tattoo fell backward from the recoil of the sniper rifle bullet. The bullet pierced through his shoulder, and even the gun in his hand was thrown into the air. The man fell into the bushes, and then they heard the man's painful groan after he was shot. The border police had already leaped onto the tree. They aimed their Type 87 rifles in front of them and quickly searched for the shooter. Yi Qian had already put away his sniper rifle and nimbly came down from the tree. The man who was shot in the shoulder was in so much pain that he was struggling in the bushes. Although Yi Qian was completely sure that the pursuing police was the scout he saw last night, he didn't immediately expose himself. Instead, he chose to take a detour and quietly approach. Yi Qian, who was on guard and approaching at the same time, walked to a distance where the target on the ground could hear the conversation between him and the scout. He lowered his voice and said calmly, "One of us." "One of us? A woman? A female soldier? Why was there a woman? A female soldier?" He quickly turned around and pointed his gun at the source of the sound. The scout saw the leaves about 2 meters away shake slightly, but he didn't see anyone. Yi Qian didn't approach and was still observing. The scout was the same. He carefully looked around and asked in a low voice, "Unit number?" "I saw you guys yesterday. The leader is surnamed Lu." "You are the scout?" Yi Qian said and reported his unit number. More than 80% of the scout's suspicions were eliminated. He then heard the female soldier say calmly, "You guys were chasing a fugitive called Brother Hong, who was still wearing a prisoner's uniform. There were 4 people with him. I found a few dead bodies in front of us. They all had the same black tattoo on their necks. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suddenly opened fire." The two began to approach each other. One was on guard above and to the right, while the other was on guard below and to the left. Yi Qian was the first to salute the scout. "I was doing wilderness survival training when I accidentally saw you guys chasing Brother Hong and the others. I was afraid that you would arouse unnecessary suspicion. In the end, I left a message under the tree root saying that Brother Hong would have reinforcements. I didn't leave it behind. When I was resting at night, I saw you guys again. I slept through the night. I didn't expect you guys to still be chasing." Only then did the scout put away the last 20% of his suspicions. He was familiar with Yi Qian's aura. It belonged to a soldier. He had the aura of a steel gun. After returning Yi Qian's salute, he wiped the sweat that had reached his eyebrows. His slightly tanned face with a friendly smile and said, "So you really are comrades in arms. It's just that we didn't expect it's a female soldier. Thank you for your help just now. This is a whistle that was sent to inform us. If we didn't catch up to him, all our preparations would have been in vain." He didn't say anything else, but he knew that Yi Qian knew. Yi Qian did not ask further. Everyone had their own duties. She had no right to know their deployment. He then pointed at the figure moving within the black tree. His tone contained a bit of killing intent as he said softly, "Directly deal with it. Kill him on the spot. There's no way to bring him back." The scout finished his sentence and shot at the struggling figure. It wasn't that they were cruel. They had to do it. Being kind to them was being cruel to their own people. Being on the opposite side, they naturally had to choose the side that was beneficial to their own people. Chapter 1071. Seeing the body twitch a few times in the bushes, the scout retracted his rifle and turned to Yi Qian. "If you want to continue forward, I'm afraid you'll have to change your route or rest here for a while. We have troops ahead." If they changed the route, they would have to take a long detour, and resting in the same place would also waste time. No matter which way it was, Yi Qian did not want to choose. After pondering for a while, he said, "I need to reach the pass in Laos. This route is the one we have planned. I need to go around it within the specified time. Can you contact Lu Dui? I'll pass through your deployment area." At this time, the scout's gaze fell on the Type 88 sniper rifle in Yi Qian's hands. His eyes lit up. Sniper. The female soldier in front of him was actually a sniper? They had 2 sniper rifles on their side, but after scouting, there was another position that was best equipped with another sniper. If this female soldier in front of him agreed, it would not work. If the female soldier agreed, they would have to see if the command center agreed. The scout shook his head and said, "I can't answer you. If you need to pass through our deployment area, Lu Dui can talk to you." Can you tell me your serial number and name? I'm afraid we'll have to verify your identity when we get back. Talking to Lu Dui of the Border Police Force was a solution. Yi Qian did not hesitate to tell the scout his name. I can contact my commander directly. My name can confirm my identity. As for my serial number, sorry, it's not convenient to say. She really did not have a serial number. She could only use her name as proof. Every soldier had their own serial number, just like their ID number. It was unique and would not be repeated. Seeing this, the scout did not ask again. After cleaning up the scene, the two immediately set off. After walking less than 5 kilometers, the scout signaled Yi Qian to hide and wait. He needed to leave alone and ask Lu Dui to come over. Even though there was no problem with Yi Qian's identity, the scout did not bring him to the command center for safety reasons. Instead, he brought him to the area guarded by the armed police force, just in case. Yi Qian already felt several gazes on him. He did not feel strange, but he had to be more vigilant during the operation. The brother who helped us last night was a female soldier? Lu Dui was a little surprised. Has her identity been confirmed? It was actually a female soldier? A female soldier who trained alone in the wild? He had never heard of a female soldier training alone in the wild, let alone in such a dangerous place. The scout nodded. Confirmed, there's no problem. She's now within our security perimeter, waiting for you, Captain Lu. She needs to complete the field marching training within the stipulated time. After that, her eyes lit up and she whispered, there's another piece of good news, Captain Lu. She's a sniper. Sniper? A ready-made sniper rifle? Captain Lu's eyes lit up. And it's a Type 88 sniper rifle, rarely seen. Captain Lu, should we talk to her? Captain Lu, whose eyes were also shining, suppressed the surprise of the unexpected harvest and said in a low voice, let's contact the main force first. It'll be easier for us if the main force agrees. We still have to let the main team confirm her identity. It's better to be careful. They were just short of a sniper, and now a sniper had appeared. It was a bit of a coincidence. Yi Qian? Are you sure the female soldier's name is Yi Qian? The voice from the radio was even more surprised than when Captain Lu had heard it. He continued to ask, her skin is very fair, her skills and marksmanship are quite good, and her facial features are easy to recognize. Chapter 1072. Captain Lu calmed down a little. He didn't know Yi Qian's serial number, so he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Chief Su's tone, it seemed like they knew each other, so he instantly felt hopeful. If it's the Yi Qian I know, then we must make her stay. Chief Su said quickly and calmly, I'll immediately confirm her identity with her regiment. I'll get back to you in 2 minutes. Make her stay first. Yi Qian, the 6th squad actually met Yi Qian. The Yi Qian they fought together with in Australia, the one who killed Red Scorpion in the air vent. If it was her, the 6th squad had to make her stay. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian saw Captain Lu, who was wearing a ghillie suit, walk over. Captain Lu looked at the young female soldier in the jungle camouflage uniform. Recalling Chief Su's solemn instructions, Captain Lu walked over and saluted Yi Qian with the same respect. Female Special Forces soldier. A godlike existence in the military. Someone who was even more powerful than the male soldiers. He had to be respected. Not only did he have to be respectful, even his words were respectful. He reported the serial numbers of all his units, briefly introduced himself, and said, Chief Su said that we must make you stay. He also said that with you joining us, our mission will be much smoother. Who? Chief Su? She didn't remember knowing a soldier with the surname Su. The communication hasn't been terminated yet. If you have any questions, you can ask Chief Su for confirmation. Captain Lu was really hoping that Yi Qian would agree immediately. He had intentionally let Brother Hong out so that he could catch a big fish in one fell swoop. Before he let Brother Hong out, the team had already made a very detailed deployment and arrangement based on the information they had. Who would have thought that they would catch a big fish, but they did not expect it to be so big. 3 sentry posts required 3 snipers, and with Yi Qian, it was just right. Yi Qian saw how cautious Captain Lu was and felt a little apologetic. He quickly said, "Then I'll call Chief Su first." "I'm sorry, I can't remember who Chief Su is right now." "Yes, of course." Lu Dui saw that she didn't refuse immediately and hurriedly led the way. When Yi Qian heard Chief Commander Su's voice, it didn't take him more than 3 seconds to remember who he was. "I haven't worked with you since the last time I came back. I didn't expect that after a few years, the opportunity to work with you would come again." They hadn't seen each other for a few years, and Suyu had already become the captain of the Border Defense Corps. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, although it had changed a little, it still matched the voice in his memory. Yi Qian also smiled and said, "I was wondering when I would get to know a head Commander Su. It turns out that you're really an acquaintance." Suyu said, "Ever since the Vietnamese Red Scorpion was killed, Laos has been developing and expanding rapidly in the past few years. Hong Gu, who we've been chasing, has been arrogant in the Mekong River for 2 years. We've also been keeping an eye on him for 2 years." She first explained the ins and outs of the situation to Yi Qian in a simple manner, then brought up the current problem. "There are 3 sentry posts. We have 2 snipers here, and there's still 1 more sentry post that we can't deal with. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I'd like you to be in charge of one of the sentry posts. I've just asked your regiment commander. He said that it's up to you to decide, and the army won't interfere. What do you think?" Chapter 1073. Suyu was discussing with Yi Qian. On the other side, Lu Tuan said to Commissar Yen, "I don't know if Miss Jian is lucky or unlucky. Old Chen took her to the wilderness for training, and she actually encountered a large operation by the border police. 2 snipers aren't enough, we need 3. Little Miss Jian is involved in a big operation. I think these actual battles will be helpful for Miss Jian in the future. She hasn't enlisted yet, but she has already accumulated a few military merits. Next year's college entrance exam is the most important moment. It will be very beneficial to accumulate military merits." Although Commissar Yen was worried, he calmly analyzed it and felt that it was a good thing. Since she had chosen the military, she had to live up to the military uniform she was wearing. Once she wore it, fear and cowardice would become a thing of the past. She would be fearless in the face of danger. Lu Tuan nodded and sighed, 18 years old. Many of the recruits in our team this year are 18 years old. Compared to them, Miss Jian has already come a long way. Some of these 18-year-old recruits won't be as successful as Miss Jian even after they retire. Ha ha ha, old Lu, I realized that Yi Qian's college entrance exam is getting closer and closer. You're getting more and more worried. Commissar Yen couldn't help but laugh when he heard his old comrade sigh again. Miss Jian will have no problem with the college entrance exam. She has a good mentality and physical fitness. Even if she gets sick on the day of the exam, she will be able to survive. There was a hint of teasing in his words. When it came to Regiment Commander Lu, he pretended to be scared. Don't mention my past. Back then, I fell into the water and caught a cold after falling into the water. Who are you calling mentally weak? He couldn't help but laugh. Miss Jian is indeed much stronger than I was at that time. I have high hopes for her, I have high hopes for her. I'm afraid she has already agreed. Actual battles are rare. It is indeed a good thing for Yi Qian to encounter them. Using her sniper rifle to protect the border police is also a good thing. With a gun, she can protect the country and keep her comrades safe. Life can't be changed, it can't be changed. With a gun, she can protect the country and keep her comrades safe. Yi Qian understood this on the first day of the 4-year training program. After a few actual battles, he had a deeper understanding of it. Yi Qian looked at the entire deployment and knew what the scouts had found out. His expression turned serious. Their firepower is very strong. We can't rule out the possibility that they have heavy weapons. Let the advance group find out more about the situation in the village. It's better to know more about it. If they were to directly kick the enemy's nest, they would have to have a clear idea of the level of firepower. Lu Dui's finger pointed at a location on the combat map. This is the machine gun point. The advance team will kick this place down before we fire. After Yi Jian agreed, Lu Dui felt more confident. A sniper was different from an ordinary soldier. A sniper was like a diamond in the team. As long as she appeared, she would be able to kill all the targets in one fell swoop, regardless of whether it was high firepower or high sentry posts. The charging soldiers knew that there was a sniper protecting them in the dark. It was as if they were wearing an extra layer of bulletproof vests. They felt much more at ease. We're in charge of the top, while the Laotian police are in charge of the bottom. Go to the sentry post in the south. When you're done, you can immediately regroup and don't need to take a long detour. We have both the terrain and the people. Now we just have to wait for the right time. Captain Lu tried his best to think for Yi Qian. After all, he was in training and had been dragged along to carry out the mission with them. He couldn't not be considerate. Chapter 1074. And the timing he was referring to was a rainstorm. Wait for the rainstorm to come, then use the rain as cover to carry out the operation. Yi Qian nodded. I have no problem with that. I will follow the team's arrangements. The sentry posts were all above. Brother Hong and his team were guarding against the Chinese border police. Soon, the news of the sniper taking care of the sentry post in the south was spread to the teams in the mountains. The most important thing was settled, and they were waiting for the signal to come in. With the enemy's strength, it was necessary to have 3 snipers. If they even had machine guns. Yi Qian, who was rushing towards the sentry post in the south, pursed his lips. He was afraid that there would be casualties. After reaching the south, Yi Qian finally understood why Xia Jinyuan said to go from the north to the south. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't know that there were people living in the villages in the mountains. After finding a few observation posts, Yi Qian finally saw a village in the corner of the mountain through the dense foliage. It was a typical Laotian farmhouse with triangular roofs and thick cross-weaved bamboo walls. From where she was, there were as many as 5 households. But with the Laotian police there, at least she didn't have to worry too much. Time ticked by. Yi Qian, who had found the best sniping position, had been in hiding for 2 hours. The Type 88 sniper rifle had an effective range of 800 meters. At a distance of 1,000 meters, it could penetrate 3 mm thick A3 steel plates. With Yi Qian's sniping skills, she could choose between 800 meters and 1,000 meters. But she didn't. Instead, she chose a range of 500 meters. Because if the firepower from below increased, she could reduce her running time by 300 to 500 meters. She could support the border police faster. The highly accurate Type 88 sniper rifle in Yi Qian's hands was a weapon to protect her comrades. As the time for the operation approached, Yi Qian's eyes moved closer to the scope, quietly waiting for the time to come. The rainforest was very quiet. No birds flew past, and no animals ran away. Yi Qian, who was perfectly disguised, saw the 3 snipers walking back and forth at the sentry post. From time to time, they would use binoculars to look into the mountains. The observation positions were all at the borders of the central region. Half an hour later, it started to rain heavily. Amidst the fine raindrops, Yi Qian slowly locked onto the crosshair of her scope. Amidst the sounds of the rain hitting the leaves, Yi Qian fired her first shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was muffled by the sound of the rain. The first shot was fired, the gun was reloaded, and the shell was ejected. Then she fired the second shot, and the third shot was a perfect shot to the head. Even though Whistle reacted quickly, he was still one step behind Yi Qian's bullet. The rain was so heavy that the sound of the sniper rifle was drowned out by the rain. When Yi Qian's fourth shot hit a sharp wooden carving on the sentry post, the China border police hiding near the southern sentry post rushed into the rain. Take care of the southern sentry post. Take care of the southern sentry post. The signaller immediately reported the situation on their side so that the brothers in the three positions could cooperate and advance. Lu Dui and the other teams all received the news and were all surprised. So fast. So fast. What's the situation with Team B? What's the situation with Team C? Team A's sentry post has been taken care of. Team A's sentry post has been taken care of. Two snipers. Team B and C quickly reported back. Soon, the other two sentry posts were taken care of. The Laos police received the news from the Chinese side and also rushed into the village. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, she approached the village. Captain Xia had said that actual combat was hard to come by. Chapter 1075. The people living in the village were not villagers, they were all Brother Hong's drug manufacturing personnel. The real villagers had received a large sum of money and moved out of the village. This was also why Laos and China had not been able to find out where Brother Hong was manufacturing drugs. It was raining heavily, the leaves were pressed down by the rain. There was also a layer of leaves on the ground, all from the rain. Yi Qian jumped over a ditch and had already infiltrated the village. The gunfight began, the machine guns in the village fired a string of bullets, using the firepower to slow down the footsteps of the Chinese armed police. It was not just one machine gun, but 3 houses in a triangular building. The pointed house in the middle was a machine gun, the firepower was so strong that the Laos and China people had to hide temporarily. When the Chinese advance team took care of one of the machine guns, Yi Qian bent down and used a silver wire to instantly wrap around the target that the machine gunner was guarding. With a violent pull, he directly pulled the target out of the window. The military dagger was already waiting for the opponent, he slashed the neck. As blood splattered, Yi Qian jumped into the house, wrapped the silver wire around the machine gunner's neck again, and pulled him back. With another leap, he used the blood-stained military dagger to take care of another target. This time, the machine gun's firepower was not focused on the front, but on the left and right, the houses with wooden walls. The enemy in the house did not expect a sneak attack from behind, he was immediately turned into a sieve by the powerful machine gun bullets. He did not even have the chance to scream before he stopped moving. With the 2 breakthroughs taken care of, the Chinese side's progress was exceptionally smooth. Because they knew in advance that there were machine guns in the village, the Chinese side had been moving stealthily and did not directly expose their targets. There were casualties, but at least there were no deaths. Yi Qian did not have communications, so he could not immediately inform the Chinese side. After taking care of this point, he quickly rushed to the next point. Coincidentally, the advance team also arrived at the machine gun point. An armed policeman appeared on the left side of the house, while Yi Qian appeared on the right side. The two of them met face to face, and their first reaction was to rush to the window. They were on the same side, with one move, they had opened up the situation in front of them. So they were on the same side, that was good, that was good. There are still 2 more points, they're all facing Laos, 4 of our brothers are supporting them. The young armed police officer who had just taken care of the criminal in front of him was lying in the rain, gasping for air. Brother, you stay here. I'll go and support the other brothers. Yi Qian nodded. All right, I have no problem with that. Female soldiers? Someone from our team? Amazing. The armed police officers, who were about to get up, immediately crouched back down when they heard the voice. They looked at Yi Qian's face, which had been washed away by the rain. I've never seen him before. Be careful. I'll head over first. He had never seen a female soldier so powerful before. Yi Qian was guarding an exit. She did not hide in a house that could be blown up by a bomb. Instead, she chose to hide under a pile of rocks. It was an exit that led to the mountains. As long as she guarded it, she would definitely find something. When he saw a few figures dashing over, Yi Qian grabbed the policeman's sleeve and said, "The big fish is here. Brother Hong is here." How could the big fish leave when it was here? Moreover, there were other big fish beside the big fish. All the more reason he could not leave. Brother Hong escaped in a hurry, but he walked slowly. The bullet in his leg had just been removed, and he was finally able to catch his breath. But then something happened. When this happened, Brother Hong suddenly understood why he was able to escape from the armed police so easily. He had fallen into a trap, he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 1076. There were a total of 6 people around Brother Hong, and in the middle was a tall, thin man with a slightly hunched back. From his position, it was obvious that this man's status was higher than Brother Hong's. The armed police made a beheading gesture to Yi Qian, then set up the rifle in his hand and began to aim. Yi Qian returned the gesture. There are targets more powerful than Brother Hong. When they appear, I'll snipe them first, and you'll cut off their tail. We'll flank them from the back and prevent any pursuers from coming out. Okay, be careful. The armed police immediately picked up the rifle he had set up, bent over, and circled back to cover the rear. With a pincer attack from the front and the back, they had to be wary of someone shooting from behind, but with a sniper, the armed police didn't hesitate to cover the rear. In an operation, not only did comrades have to cooperate well, but they also had to have 100% trust in each other. Although Yi Qian had only joined the operation at the last minute, the way he cleared the muzzle of the machine gun left a deep impression on the young armed police. Building trust was sometimes that simple, and one cooperation was enough to make people trust each other. The 4 men escorting Brother Hong and the other 2 were like bodyguards. The guns they were holding were not ordinary rifles. They were all Steyr submachine guns that could be fired with one hand and could function as both submachine guns and handguns. This type of gun could fire a single shot with a light press of the trigger, and fully automatic with a safe press of the trigger. From the length of the magazine, it was equipped with a 30-round magazine. Even though they had powerful submachine guns, Yi Qian's target was still the big fish he had set his eyes on. 1, 2, 3. Here it comes. The rain was getting heavier, and Yi Qian's eyes never left the scope. When the target appeared, the crosshair wasn't aimed directly at the target's vitals, but slightly off. When the target dodged to the side, the crosshair in the scope instantly locked onto him. After a bang, the hunchbacked man fell backwards. There was no pause, and everything happened too quickly. Brother Hong, who was walking with the man, didn't even know what had happened, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Fortunately, the bodyguard beside him reacted quickly, and used his shoulder to knock his employer to the side, while he pulled the trigger and fired wildly. The hidden pile of rocks was hit by the bullets, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunshots sounded particularly dense in the heavy rain. Retreat, retreat. Several bodyguards quickly shouted in Lao. Brother Hong was so shocked that he dragged his injured leg and quickly deviated from the original escape route under the cover of 2 bodyguards. Press it down. Press it down. At this time, Brother Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. He retreated in an extremely embarrassing manner. Where are the others? Get over here. Brother Hong himself was a Laotian. Because he had been active on the China-Myanmar border for a long time, he spoke Chinese very fluently. He looked more like a Chinese than the native residents of Yun province who did not speak Mandarin. The entire village was filled with gunshots. The Laotian police rushed over from below and shouted, "Surrender your guns and we'll spare your lives." Surrender your guns and we'll spare your lives. For the Chinese armed police, they didn't have that much time to shout, surrender your guns and don't kill. Whichever side's brothers encountered the fiercest firepower, they would immediately support them. Support, clean up, and support. Even though the entire operation was highly dangerous, it did not stop the brave anti-narcotics police from advancing. Chapter 1077. Motherfucker, they're using advanced weapons. These bastards, they're all dead. Don't leave a single one alive. 300 meters to the right, 4 targets. Move out. Cover, a brother has been shot, a brother has been shot. Discovered the drug production chain, Prepare to blow it up. With the cooperation of the various teams, the Chinese armed police directly blew up the drug production chain. As for how many drugs were still inside, they didn't care. The mission this time was to eliminate them. The huge explosion sounded with a bang, and the entire village shook. The flames rose with the black smoke and were suppressed by the heavy rain. The smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger and stronger. Motherfucker. The explosion startled Brother Hong, who was escaping. When he turned back and saw the black smoke rising, Brother Hong's face instantly distorted. My efforts are all gone, all gone. It wasn't just this one explosion. When the second explosion appeared, Brother Hong was lying on the ground, his hands digging into the soil. The murderous look in his eyes was like that of an African wild dog, so fierce that it was bloodshot. The 2 bodyguards didn't give him too much time to hate and immediately carried Brother Hong away. The village definitely couldn't be defended. They had to save their lives first. The blood that splashed out mixed with the rain and flowed with the water on the ground. The gunshots didn't stop, and the explosive fire didn't stop. The entire drug production village was sealed off, and the sound of gunfire and smoke were isolated from the world. 1 armed police officer was hit by a bullet. 2 armed police officers restrained the gunfire, and another armed police officer immediately dragged his shot comrade to a hiding spot. That young face, no matter how deeply the oil paint was applied, was clearly engraved with bravery and fearlessness between his eyebrows. You said that there was no war in peacetime, and that soldiers were purely wasting the taxpayers' money. However, in those unknown jungles and deserted deserts, there were always blood-stained military uniforms. Yi Qian's eyes were filled with the glint of a sword. Every gaze was cold and ruthless. The sniper rifle in his hand had a total of 10 bullets, and now there were only 2 left. Out of the 4 bodyguards, 2 were eliminated, and 1 was shot at a fleeing criminal target. The last 2 bullets had to be left for Brother Hong. The armed police working with her had been looking for an opportunity. His target was the last 2 remaining bodyguards. It was raining heavily. Yi Jian, who had rainwater flowing into her eyes, bent down and walked as if there were springs in her feet. She jumped up quickly and violently for the first time and ran towards the direction where Brother Hong had fled at the fastest speed. She had to snipe them before Brother Hong and force the other 2 bodyguards back into the shooting range of the armed police. The dense rain of bullets behind them created a thin layer of mist. The Chinese and Laos moved forward in a battle formation, and wherever they went, their bullets would be cleared. The Laos police, who originally wanted to surrender and not kill, had a few of their officers shot down by the other side, and their firepower directly increased to match the firepower of the Chinese armed police. Without any unnecessary talk, they cleared out everything along the way. Yi Qian crouched on top of the triangular roof of a house. The black hole in his gun aimed downwards and searched. The second last bullet was correct, and it hit Brother Hong in the chest. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous bullets swept over from one direction. Yi Qian, who was at the 11:00 direction, rolled a few times on the uneven roof when they swept the bullets in the 12:00 direction. Then, he bent his back and bent his legs and skillfully jumped down from the roof that was about 3 meters high. Chapter 1078. Yi Qian, who had undergone strict training, knew how to bend her legs to counteract the force of gravity when jumping from such a height. Her toes touched the ground first, and then her heels touched the ground. This reduced the force of gravity so that her legs would not be injured when jumping from such a height. Brother Hong was shot and killed. The two bodyguards beside him knew that they had no way out since they had been targeted by the sniper. They were in a desperate situation, and whether or not they could fight their way out depended on whether or not they could be ruthless. Obviously, the two bodyguards were ruthless. Otherwise, they would not have used their submachine guns to fight the sniper head-on. Yi Qian did not fire again. She only had one bullet in her sniper rifle. She would not fire until the last bullet was in critical condition. This was the advice of a world-class sniper. The young armed police officer working with Yi Qian had been hiding in the dark the whole time. He aimed at the back of one of the bodyguards. It would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. It would be a waste to let the sniper down. Bang! Yi Qian, who had hidden well, heard the single gunshot. The bullets that were sweeping towards her decreased by more than half. She knew that this meant that the other bodyguard had been taken care of by the armed police. Yi Qian smiled. The anti-drug armed police in the Yun province area were well known throughout the country. Most of the soldiers had actual combat experience during their military careers. In the face of gunfire, they were calmer than the average soldier. They were good at seizing the best opportunity to complete their mission. The bullets in the submachine gun were limited. After shooting for so long, the magazine was completely empty. When the sound of something like a jammed cartridge was heard, the last bodyguard had no more firepower to suppress them. He immediately ran for his life. There would not be a second person in the entire village who would run away. Especially these bodyguards, who had been fighting with the armed police for a long time and had killed people with their own hands, would not let him go. The young armed police officer pulled the trigger and chased after him. How could he lose sight of a target that he had his eyes on? He could not stop until he had hit the target. This operation was called decisive action. It was the combat strategy that China and Laos had discussed together. Eliminating armed criminals on the spot was not against the rules. The armed police could also directly eliminate criminals who had escaped on the spot. Facing these criminals who had killed their comrades, there was no psychological pressure. They directly locked onto them and shot them. Chief Su, the two targets have been eliminated. Lu Dui reported the latest battle situation one by one. At this time, the Chinese armed police had eliminated the potential dangers in the village one by one in the form of a long snake. The large area of gunfire gradually decreased, and the bullets gradually became sporadic. The nearly 2-hour fierce battle finally came to an end. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the entire village was under control. In the village where there were no gunshots, the Chinese and Laotian sides began to clean up the scene. A large amount of drugs were found, but they were not carried out of the village. They were directly dealt with incendiary bombs. Yi Qian walked to Lu Dui's side and saluted him with her sniper rifle on her back. Her dark eyes were still bloodshot as she smiled and said, "Lu Dui, can I leave now?" She had completed all her tasks, so she didn't need to participate in the cleanup work. She could leave directly. Asking Lu Dui was a sign of respect. The two important targets have been sniped by you. Thank you, Yi Qian. Lu Dui returned the salute to the young female soldier. His dark and resolute face looked solemn. He said solemnly, "With your participation in this operation, the entire operation time has been shortened by at least half an hour. The elimination of the high positions in the south has also reduced our casualties. Thank you, Yi Qian." Chapter 1079. The casualty rate was a sad topic, and it was also a heavy number. Yi Qian saw tears in his eyes, and his eyes were a little tight and sore. He said softly, "Death is inevitable. They wore military uniforms and sacrificed themselves to protect the motherland. They are gone, but their spirit lives on. They will be remembered forever in the hearts of those who are still alive. As long as their spirit lives on, their spirit lives on. As long as their spirit lives on, their spirit lives on. They used their fearless sacrifice to influence generation after generation of soldiers. Generation after generation, their spirit lives on. You are right. Although they sacrificed themselves, their spirit lives on in our company forever. Xianxia said that he wanted to lie next to his comrades in the 4th platoon. He also said that he hoped that he didn't implicate you. When it's over, I will bring him a glass of sorghum wine to tell him that you are safe. After hearing this, Yi Qian's tears suddenly flowed down. The rain splashed on his face. In fact, it was hard to tell which was tears and which was rainwater. Only those who cried knew how fierce the tears were at that time. Xianxia, the scout who brought her to Lu Dui's side, the young scout who showed the coldness of a modern soldier when he raised his gun. During this operation, at 3:34 p.m., he was assigned to protect 2 of his comrades. Unfortunately, he was sacrificed. Martyr Zhang Chengji, a scout from the Border Defense Detachment, a member of the party. He joined the army in February 1994 and died on February 5, 1999. He completed the mission and was awarded a first-class merit. He joined the army at the age of 19 and died at the age of 24. He used the best years of his life to dedicate to the motherland that he was loyal to and loved. He used his own blood to compose a heroic battle song. Yi Qian walked to his side and squatted down. He gently held the right hand of Martyr Zhang Chengji, whose eyes were closed forever. He said softly, I am Yi Qian. Don't worry. I am all right. Very, very well. If there is an afterlife, I will wait for us to fight side by side again. Rest in peace, hero. As long as your spirit lives on, your spirit lives on. This was Yi Qian's first real sacrifice. At around 11:00 in the afternoon, he was still a little shy because he was a female soldier. Only a few hours later, when he saw him again, they were separated by life and death forever. As for him, his last regret was still himself. He was still worried about his own safety. Yi Qian, who had stood up, picked up his sniper rifle and fired his last bullet into the sky, giving it to his comrade, a hero who had already left the flames of war. He wished him all the best. Yi Qian took off her military cap and saluted. She only retracted her hand when the stretcher carrying the hero disappeared from her sight. Take care of yourself. Our patrolling brothers are in the mountains. If you need any help, you can contact them in this area. Captain Lu took out the mountain road map that they usually use to patrol the mountains and marked out several locations where they usually contacted each other in the mountains. You can leave a mark in any of these places. Our brothers will be able to find you. Yi Qian noted down the last few points. This time, he had encountered a drug dealer. He did not know if he would encounter one next time, so it was good to note it down. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yi Qian left the village and set off again under the gaze of Captain Lu and the rest of the armed police. Looking back, she could still see a few towering figures standing in the rain, saluting her as they watched her leave. Yi Qian turned around and returned the salute to the armed police. Her gaze slid past their faces. She pursed her lips tightly and did not look back again. She plunged into the vast expanse of rainforest. Sadness was hidden deep in their eyes. Their eyes were so red that they looked like they were filled with blood. It was as if tears of blood would flow out if she closed her eyes slightly. This kind of suppressed sadness made her footsteps seem especially heavy. Chapter 1080. Yi Qian, who had used the last sniper bullet to end the hero's journey, started her survival training again with sadness. All the armed police and soldiers would not be deterred by the fall of their comrades. The most common slogan in the army was, "If you're a man, stand up." In the face of sacrifice, they would wipe away their tears and continue forward. In the face of blood-stained military uniforms, they would wash them clean and wear them again. The military's indomitable spirit was deeply engraved in their souls. Words like failure, cowardice, and cowardice would never appear in their dictionary. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, they would continue forward without hesitation once they put on their uniforms. With the responsibility and mission on their shoulders, even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of them, they would charge forward fearlessly. With courage, without fear of death, and the calmness of passing through death, they would sacrifice themselves to protect their country. They were worthy of being called heroes of the people, immortal. Yi Qian took a deep breath and climbed up a rock. She returned to her normal military route as fast as she could. She did not look back. She was not afraid. She had chosen the military route. She would never be afraid. The rainy season in Laos was from May to October. The dry season was from November to April. A few days before Yi Qian's departure, it rained heavily. The weather that followed was very good, which allowed Yi Qian to speed up the progress of her wilderness training. In the vast rainforest that had experienced countless battles between evil and justice, there were piles of bones buried under the withered trees. Not only were there the bones of criminals, but there were also the bones of border guards. Uncle Chen said that there were many soldiers who had been hunting down criminals. After their sacrifice, even their bones could not be found. Once someone went missing, after searching for about 3 months, their sacrifice would be reported. This experience made Yi Qian understand. The rainforest was not just 1 or 2 bones, but countless bones. Not only were there the bones of criminals, but there were also the bones of border guards. What was war? This was war. It was right next to you. It was only half a step away. Lu Dui, who was cleaning up the battlefield, saw a slender figure that was even braver than the male soldiers plunging into the forest. He raised his hand and said to his soldiers in a hoarse voice, "You too send Xiaoji back. Remember to wash Xiaoji's face and sew his wounds. Wash his body clean and put on his uniform. Let him leave cleanly. Everyone, cut your hair and send it to Xiaoji. Then, write a letter to Xiaoji and tell him that in the next life, we will be good brothers again and fight side by side." Yes. A few voices that were as heavy as boulders could be heard. They were low and heavy, and they were filled with sorrow that could not be expressed. The rain stopped when it was close to evening. Thousands of kilograms of drugs that harmed the country and the people were destroyed in the village. For them, China sacrificed 3 armed policemen and Laos sacrificed 7 policemen. When they carried Lai Tu away, gunshots rang out in the mountains again. That was the gunshot that sent the martyrs back to the company. A bird flew across the dark sky, leaving behind a string of light chirps. Yi Qian stood on a high ground and heard the gunshots coming from the valley behind her. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and continued to move towards her goal. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Starting from the day the final exams ended, Yi Qian spent New Year's Eve alone in the deep mountains and forests. After the 1998 Lunar New Year's Eve, Yi Qian welcomed a special new year in the rainforest. Chapter 1081. Yi Qian only remembered that she had been walking for 12 days. She didn't even think about spending the spring festival alone in the rainforest. Isolated and helpless, Yi Qian tried her best to protect her life. "I will keep my mind clear, my body strong, and my mind clear. Without them, I can't repay my country. I won't let my country down, and I won't bring shame to myself and the army. My goal is to complete the mission and complete the next one alive." Every time she walked until her legs were as heavy as lead, her body was bitten by insects and she had a low fever. There were also the wild beasts that hunted for food. After every narrow escape from death, Yi Qian recited the creed of the special forces of various countries and forced herself to move forward with the creed and faith. The first day of 1999, the second day, until the third day, which was the third day of the Lunar New Year. Yi Qian, who had been training alone in the wild for 15 days, arrived at the destination 4 hours earlier than expected. In order to reach the destination on time, Yi Qian split the 6 hours she had to participate in the drug extermination operation into 6 days. Every day, she would set off an hour earlier to make up for the 6 hours she had been interrupted. She arrived 4 hours early and leaned against a rock to adjust her breathing. 15 days of marching in the rainforest didn't feel anything, but when she came out and relaxed her tense nerves, tiredness and weariness rushed to her heart. Her eyelids were so heavy that it felt like several boulders were pressing down on them. She is indeed tired. Let her rest for a while. Looking at her tired figure, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing not far away, had a gentle expression on his face. He was so gentle that the warm sun was quietly protecting her. The skinny little girl of the past had grown into a qualified special forces soldier and was moving in the direction of excellence. Although he felt sorry for her when he saw how tired she was, he felt more gratified. The 18-year-old Yi Qian used her own strength to prove to the military that she could definitely become the youngest special forces soldier in the army. He had to show the military that she had endless potential and that she could continue to develop. The sun was very warm. It was indeed easy to fall asleep lying down like this. Let her sleep for a while. There were still 4 hours before the end of the march. She could rest for 4 hours. That's good. She came back 4 hours early and helped her brothers complete the mission. She is indeed tired. She's the only female soldier who can do this. Uncle Chen's eyes were full of kindness, as if he was a senior encouraging a junior. He had been using his own methods to nurture Yi Qian. It could be said that without Uncle Chen and old Uncle Jen, Yi Qian would never have become what he was today. Without these two elders who were like stars in the sky, the reborn Yi Qian would not have been able to enter the military even if he had solved the problem that changed his life in the second year of junior high. Xia Jinyuan respected Uncle Chen very much. Uncle Chen, leave this to me. Major General, please tell me in detail about Yi Qian's early enlistment. I would also like to make a suggestion. Perhaps we can ask the Major General for more resources for Yi Qian. For example, is it possible to arrange for the deployment of the military academy students during the winter and summer holidays? She hasn't been exposed to airborne, diving, or armored training yet. If she can learn these skills during her time in the military academy, everything will go smoothly after she graduates. Mountain warfare, jungle warfare, desert warfare, guerrilla warfare, anti-terrorist warfare, and ski warfare can wait until she graduates to accumulate experience. However, she must learn and master the skills during her time in school. Chapter 1082. Faced with a young major who was wholeheartedly thinking about Yi Qian, Uncle Chen couldn't help but laugh. Major Xia, aren't you afraid that all your efforts will be for naught if you nurture Yi Qian into such an outstanding person? It was obvious how much effort he had put into nurturing Yi Qian from all aspects. Do you not believe in Yi Qian? Or do you not believe in me? Xia Jinyuan smiled elegantly as he stood in the warm sun. Dressed in a jungle camouflage uniform, he looked calm and composed. No matter what, there's no such thing as a futile effort. Uncle Chen had always been very patient when it came to Yi Qian's matters. Seeing the confidence between his brows, although he was somewhat impressed, his words had a different meaning. What do you mean? Yi Qian is now a popular figure in school. When she enters the military academy, she will be like a golden unicorn that leaps out of the pool. I think a girl like her will have many suitors. Uncle Chen, you're wrong. Faced with an elder who constantly reminded him to treat Yi Qian with sincerity, the major, as a special forces soldier, behaved very appropriately and did not lose his composure. The more outstanding Yi Qian is, the higher her standards will be. The higher her standards will be, the more picky she will become. In the future, if you want to catch her eye, ordinary soldiers will have to stand aside. As a result, these suitors will naturally shrink back. As for the rest of the soldiers who can catch her eye, they will have to be divided into the outstanding and elite ones. When Yi Qian grows up to be an elite, he will be a distance away from being outstanding. Uncle Chen, do you think she will have many suitors in the end? There won't be many elites who can become an elite special forces soldier like Yi Qian and fight alongside her. As Xia Jinyuan spoke, he began to laugh. His increasingly mature and elegant smile was tinged with arrogance. No matter how many elites are by Yi Qian's side, I will always be the most outstanding soldier in her heart. Someone who is compatible with her, someone who can fight alongside her and share life and death with her. His words made Uncle Chen laugh uncontrollably. Yi Qian has good taste. I believe that the two of you will become comrades in life and death and spend the rest of your life together. He glanced at the motionless slender figure and said, I'm going to have a chat with the Major General. I can rest assured with you guarding this place. The Spring Festival was a time of reunion for the lights of the homes, but for some soldiers on the front lines, it was the beginning of a year of training. The place where the armored troops rested after their maneuver exercise was the grassland in the forest. Yi Qian only had to cross a small hill to see armored vehicles resting there. Yi Qian, who had arrived 4 hours early, knew that he had entered an important military zone. Only then did he relax and catch up on sleep. He had only wanted to catch up on sleep for a short while to replenish his energy, but unexpectedly, he slept for a long time. On the other side, the Major General finally saw the person who had trained Yi Qian since he was 13 or 14 years old to become an international sniper. With one glance, he inexplicably felt that he looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The Major General was 54 years old, while Uncle Chen was 47 years old. In terms of age, they were only 7 years apart. If he had seen him somewhere before, it was impossible for him not to remember. When Uncle Chen came closer, the Major General suddenly strode over. As he walked, he sized up Yi Qian again. He was even more certain of the person who had trained Yi Qian. The soldier King Chen Dongfeng from the 1970s. He was a legend in the 1970s, a god of war who had joined the army in the 1970s. Chapter 1083. I didn't expect to see you again after 18 years. The Major General looked at the legendary soldier from the 1970s and felt a surge of emotions. Back then, I was in the company with the old chief. Your regiment commander immediately introduced you to the old chief after he finished reporting his work. Old Chen, your marksmanship is still fresh in my memory. No wonder Yi Qian looked so familiar when he held the gun. When I first saw this girl, I thought she was a talent with great potential. It turns out that she was trained by you. Uncle Chen had no impression of the Major General. He had met too many people back then. Now that he was middle-aged, there were some things that he didn't want to think about. Occasionally, he would dream of a bloody mist, and he would walk in the bloody mist. If it wasn't for Miss Jian, those dreams would continue. When he stopped and relaxed, he couldn't help but think about the past when he trained Miss Jian wholeheartedly. It was as if he had returned to the battlefield and returned to his own era. Instead of saying that he trained Miss Jian, it was more appropriate to say that Miss Jian made the rest of his life more complete. The Major General knew that the soldier from the 1970s didn't know him, but it didn't matter as long as he knew him. Let's have a seat in the tent. Even though the Major General was in his current position, he still didn't know the reason why Principal Chen retired from the army. Uncle Chen didn't refuse. He didn't expect that the Major General, who was very likely to be Yi Qian's superior, would know him. They chatted happily in the command tent. The sunlight outside the tent was still warm. Yi Qian opened his eyes comfortably and suddenly turned around. His gaze fell on the figure standing in the sunlight. Captain Xia. Why is he here? Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but be surprised. He always appeared at the most unexpected times. How could she not be surprised? You slept for 2.5 hours. Looks like you're really tired. When she woke up, Xia Jinyuan walked over with a smile. His gaze turned into a warm ray of sunlight that fell on her body. Then, he gently stroked her face. 15 days of enhanced wilderness survival training. She really did it alone. Completing a challenge that even the male soldiers needed to mentally prepare themselves for a long time before accepting. Furthermore, the completion time was different from hers. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. The sun was a little bright, and the leaves in the valley shone like diamonds from time to time. The grass was also very bright, as if it was paved with fine light. Xia Jinyuan, who suddenly appeared, walked against the light. Every step he took was on the fine light, as if he was a god. Captain Xia. Yi Qian smiled. She was very happy to see him, to see Xia Jinyuan, who was also dressed in camouflage, and to see him return with the aura of a king bathed in blood. He must have experienced sacrifice, and he must have seen his comrades fall. He had seen it and experienced it, but he was still standing strong. He had always been a role model for him to learn from, a goal for him to move forward. Seeing her smile, Xia Jinyuan's heart sank a little. Although she was smiling, she looked very tired, and there was a trace of haze between her eyebrows. The after-effects of wilderness survival had appeared on Yi Qian. He reached out and patted her shoulder lightly. Beautifully done, Yi Qian. You're the best soldier I've ever met. My little fox, having you by my side is something I'll be proud of for the rest of my life. You've become my pride, and I'm determined to become your pride. Chapter 1084. To be honest, this kind of survival experience would have been better if you had a partner. When you walk alone, it's as if there's no one else in the world other than you. It's as empty as if you're the only person on Earth. Sometimes, it takes a lot of energy to suppress the negative thoughts. Seeing him, Yi Qian couldn't help but talk about her 15 days of survival training. Xia Jinyuan didn't interrupt her. He smiled warmly and quietly listened to every word she said. 15 days of wilderness survival training by himself not only honed his physical fitness, but more importantly, it also honed his psychological quality. She had suppressed it for too long and needed to be guided so that all the negative thoughts and stress would be resolved during the conversation. Eliminating the bad and leaving the best to achieve the effect of psychological training. She had just entered the entry level of psychological training. There would be more brutal training in the future, such as escape and resistance training, including escape, protective camouflage techniques, and resistance when captured. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were warmer than the sun and had the power to soften Yi Qian's heart. She was able to tell him all about the 15 days of psychological training. Little Fox, survival training in the wild was essential psychological training for a special forces soldier. This was to lay a good foundation for the brutal psychological training that was to come. Motivation, responsibility, maturity and stability, teamwork, intelligence, physical adaptability, trustworthiness, how strong one's psychological resistance was, how strong one's ability to escape. Yi Qian had to go through all of these. Sometimes, when I sit down, I don't dare to think too much. I'm afraid that I'll really get lost in the rainforest. So I just sit down and recite the creeds and beliefs of the special forces from different countries. At this point, Yi Qian's eyebrows curved slightly. Her bright black eyes revealed a hint of slyness. You don't say, it's really useful. These creeds and beliefs are powerful psychological weapons that the Special Forces soldiers use to resist negative thoughts during training. It's the same for me. But I think that if the Special Forces of other countries can do it, as a Special Forces soldier from China, how can I be worse than them? I have to do it. There's no why. Xia Jinyuan held her hand. Her combat gloves were worn out. She had endured 5 more days of survival training than the male soldiers. This was enough to shock the military. You've done a great job. You've completed the psychological construction of yourself in a very normal way. Yi Qian, everyone can see your excellence. Xia Jinyuan didn't point out her shortcomings. It wasn't time to point them out yet. He wanted her to finish what she wanted to say first. Right now, Yi Jian's training was only recorded in the military, but not all the details of her performance were recorded. Once she was admitted into the military academy, all her training would be systematized. Some of the key training would be even more detailed, such as her facial expressions and actions, and everything would be recorded clearly. He was 100% sure that Yi Jian would pass the test in terms of physical fitness, combat, marksmanship, endurance, perseverance, and camouflage. The focus was on her psychological training. Next, he would advise Uncle Chen to strengthen Yi Jian's psychological training. Yi Jian tilted her head and looked at the familiar and safe face. She touched her lips and smiled. I haven't spoken to anyone for almost 10 days. I'm very happy to see you. Very, very happy. I didn't have much to say at first, but when I saw Captain Xia, I didn't know why I couldn't help but say everything. I couldn't control myself. Chapter 1085. I am also very, very happy to be able to listen to your conversation with me. Listen, Yi Jian. You will be going through psychological training. We usually call it the survival diary of a loner. Considering that this is your first time surviving in the wild, we chose winter as the training time. Next year, we will arrange for you to go to summer. The goal is for you to train in harsh environments such as deep mountains, dense forests, and swamps to develop the psychological qualities that a special forces soldier should have. In my first year of military school, I skipped basic training and went straight into purgatory training. It took me a total of 3.5 years. Yi Jian, this is just the beginning for you. Her expression was no longer gloomy, and her smile was so bright that it touched his heart. At the right moment, Xia Jinyuan mentioned what kind of training she would have to undergo next. Yi Jian immediately understood that the training she was going through now was only at the entry level. When he heard Xia Jinyuan say that he skipped basic training and went straight into purgatory training that lasted 3.5 years, Yi Jian couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he was so powerful when he was only 20 years old. No wonder he became a major right after graduation. No wonder, he said that while she was working hard, he was also working hard. No wonder when she said she set him as her goal, he gave her a meaningful smile. It turned out that he had gone so far, so fast. I went through a total of 4 rounds of psychological training in the wild. The first round was in the deep mountains and forests in the summer, where there were all kinds of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. The second round was in the desert, where the sun was so hot that I almost got heatstroke. The second round was in a world of ice and snow, where my hands and feet felt like popsicles. The third round was when I was captured. Every round lasted 5 days and nights, and I only finished when I passed. Hearing Yi Jian's serious expression, she had a question. You lasted 5 days and nights. Why did I last 15 days and nights? That was the question. The basic training for male soldiers lasts 10 days. You have 5 days more than the male soldiers. Like our comrades in the team, all of them have 15 days. This sentence was equivalent to hinting at Yi Jian's plans. Yi Jian's eyes flickered, as if he understood something. It's good that you understand. Now, I'll have to wait for the military's opinion on what to do. Blinking his eyes at her, the iron-blooded and gentle handsome Special Forces soldier suddenly became childish. His thin lips moved closer to her ear, and he chuckled softly, "Secret, our secret, no one can tell." Yi Jian was so close that his breath tickled her ears. She tilted her head unnaturally and said, thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to it. You already have actual combat experience with us, so your mental stability is already quite outstanding. However, since you've been fighting with us since the beginning, you've missed out on basic training. It's inevitable that your emotions would fluctuate greatly when you see your comrades sacrificing themselves. She only talked about her 15-day mental journey, but avoided talking about the fight with the drug dealers. He learned from Suyu that a martyr had met Yi Qian once. She even used the last bullet in her sniper rifle to send the martyr off. When he heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the previous few battles, his little fox had never seen a comrade she knew sacrificing himself. This was no small matter. He shouldn't have been here, but he quickly wrote an application and rushed over as soon as the application was approved. Based on his understanding of her, she wouldn't say these things out loud. She would only keep it in her heart. And, this was what he was afraid of. Chapter 1086. No matter how strong and resilient she was before, when faced with the sacrifice of a comrade she knew in the same battle, this huge impact was not just a single impact, but multiple. In the army, after every battle, there would be a psychological specialist to guide the soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time, so as not to leave them with an irreparable psychological trauma. Yi Qian had already participated in actual combat, but she had never faced the sacrifice of a comrade she knew. If she really did not mention it, Xia Jinyuan would not be reassured, but would be even more worried. Now, when the haze between her eyebrows faded, he mentioned the sacrifice of a comrade so that she would no longer suppress herself. She would be in her healthiest, most determined state, and use her own perseverance to overcome the multiple impacts of her comrade's sacrifice. She must not leave a trauma, she must face it head-on. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on Yi Qian's face like the warm sunshine after a snowstorm. His gentle and handsome face did not change at all when he mentioned the sacrifice of a comrade. However, there was a faint coldness in his voice that directly cut into Yi Qian's bloody memories that she did not want to recall for the time being. Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. She pursed her lips and looked coldly at the man who never allowed her to escape. After a while, she smiled bitterly and said, "Captain Xia, I need a little more time. The people I know, who were smiling and talking to me shyly in the afternoon, will be forever separated when we meet again in the afternoon. I always thought that I had participated in actual combat and had faced death directly. I even thought that my attitude towards death was calm. But when I see my comrades fall, my heart..." Yi Jian slowly